Okay, the time is 6:01. Good evening. Welcome to a regular board meeting of the Board of Education in Toms River Regional Schools. This meeting was announced to the public through a notice published in the Asbury Park Press and the Star Ledger on October 4th, 2021, which constituted at least 48 hours notice as required by law under the Open Public Meetings Act.
Yeah.
Roll call.
Contessa. Here. Egan.
Here.
Howe.
Here.
Kidney.
Here.
Mazenko.
Here.
Palmieri.
Here.
Williams.
Here.
Palazzo.
Here.
Nardini.
Here. Need a motion to go into executive session?
Motion
Kidney.
Contessa. Second Howe.
I'm sorry, that was Contessa and Howe.
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Time is 6:02.
Resolved that the Board of Education at this time move to closed session to be held at High School South at the Faculty Room at 55 Higher Street, Toms River, New Jersey, and virtually for the purpose of and to include Rice number 14708, legal litigation workers' compensation, number 21593, number 13060, number 14404, legal litigation update, send receive proposal with Seaside Heights School District, harassment, intimidation, and bullying report, fire and security drill report, suspension report, personnel, other subject to change as outlined under the Open Public Meetings Act.
Time 7:31. I need a motion to return to regular session.
Motion, Mazenko.
Second, will someone second, please?
Second, Contessa.
Contessa. Would everyone stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and please remain standing afterwards? I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing. I'd like to have a moment of silence for our Board Secretary Wendy Saxon's father, Mr. Robert H. Horn. Mr. Horn was a gentleman who was loved and respected by all. He was an English teacher with Toms River Schools and later held several administrative positions in Toms River Schools. Thank you.
Thank you and good evening. For my superintendent's comments, now that we're back in school for over a month, we can start looking at programming in general. That would be a nice change from some of the things that we've been doing. The district has been emphasizing social and emotional learning and mental health. Part of our ESSER funds is being used to hire additional social workers. We're looking to hire 9. We're in the process. There's one on the agenda tonight, and we're interviewing as we speak. And we're utilizing programs in elementary and middle school, such as responsive classroom and other character ed programs that are occurring throughout. With the students not being in school close to 18 months, obviously we're seeing behaviors and trying to correct behaviors that we haven't seen in the past. I've had the opportunity to visit every school at least twice, and it's a pleasure seeing all the different things that are happening throughout the district. Our elementary after-school program is underway. Beyond just providing intensive tutoring and reading and mathematics, we are also offering the CATCH program, which promotes healthy living and physical activity. October also started the month with the Week of Respect. All of our students participated in activities that promote kindness and prevent bullying. And I was able to get out and see many of the school's pep rallies and spirit days. Homecoming dances were a huge success. These activities are in many ways even more important than what the students are doing during the day. You know, so it's nice to see people smiling again and students carrying on with their peers. A variety of school projects focused on celebrating and nurturing the whole child, which include community gardens at the Intermediate South. I was asked to provide testimony the other day at a joint commission of school openings, but being one of the last superintendents to speak, and with time constraints, I was asked to keep my comments short and not comment on some of the things that had already been spoken. But what I did want to speak about is the fact that staffing isn't just a problem in Toms River. It's a problem state and national. It's a national and state issue. We all know about the bus driver shortage. We're running with 30 bus drivers short. When people call out, we end up with double backs and triple backs and so on. But we're also short paras, lunch aides, custodians, and teachers. The amount of teachers teaching a 6th or extra period this year is well beyond what we wanted to start the school year with. So we're constantly looking for staffing. And I wanted to mention that our staff has gone above and beyond when it comes to even different things that we're doing to keep lunchrooms down where we can social distance and do other things with teachers actually taking classrooms and having them meet in their own classrooms. So we're doing a lot of things to try and keep our numbers down, and our quarantine numbers are down, and they're continuing to go down. We're hoping that the transmission level goes from high to moderate, which will actually help because the quarantining will be less. And I know that's been an issue, and it certainly is an issue with us. Nobody here likes seeing healthy students being quarantined for 14 days. That is not something that anybody here thinks is great, but for any respect. I mean, it's just, we're following CDC guidelines. We're mandated to follow CDC guidelines. Our region is the only region in the state right now that is still at high, and our region consists of Ocean, Monmouth, and Middlesex counties. You'd want to think that Ocean County will turn the corner and Middlesex is high, but that's actually not the case. Ocean County is the highest of those three counties. But we're getting close to being able to get to the moderate, which we're hopeful every Thursday the tally numbers come out, and we'll be looking at those numbers again tomorrow afternoon. So if that changes, that would actually be an excellent thing. And the last thing I wanted to comment on and give the board an update is Executive Order 253, in which the staff vaccination and/or testing status. We've made contact with the state-provided vendor. They will be in district Friday, and we'll begin looking at the district and setting up sites. They will be testing our staff members on site. We won't go to 19 different sites. We'll probably pick 3 or 4 sites, and we'll work out a plan. They'll be in district multiple days because obviously they're not going to accomplish what they need to accomplish in one day. We've requested both the saliva and antigen test. The antigen test is the rapid test, which is the nasal swab. We're hopeful that they'll be able to provide both. We know that the executive order allows us to provide both, so we're going to push that. A number of our staff members have voiced concerns about that. And as long as we're moving forward with our vendor, we're in compliance with the executive order. And we do believe that that will be up and running when we come back from that November week break. And that concludes the superintendent's report tonight. Mr. Nardini?
Thank you, Dr. Jenko.
Mr. Nardini, before we move on, could I just ask a question of Wendy?
Sure, Mr. Mazenko.
On the agenda that we have in our packets, I do not see the resolution that we discussed in executive session, but it had seen it on an earlier agenda. So we were just wondering what item number that would be.
You mean the one we'll be adding?
13.
Is that what you're referring to? It'll be 13A.
Okay, and do we need a motion to add that, or we're? Do we need a motion to add that, or we can just?
No,
add
I'll
it?
just handle it when we go through the agenda.
Thank you.
Alex?
13A, Alex, you got that? Good.
Yes, thank you, Joe.
Okay. Thank you.
Now I'd like to introduce the student reps. Hannah from Toms River East, if you don't mind coming to the podium and giving your report.
Good evening, everyone. As always, it is a pleasure to speak to you about the happenings of High School East. I'd like to start off by following up on our Ambassador Peer Mentoring Program. The initial pod assignment day was a smashing success as our ambassadors upheld an agenda of peer strengthening activities and icebreakers to form valuable mentee relationships. Additionally, our upperclassmen have made the initiative to message their respective pods weekly, and our advisors frequently send out motivational prompts for our mentors to take as suggestions in reaching out to the freshmen. It seems that this unification ambition is doing extremely well to reunite our Raiders. A special shout out to our September seniors of the month, Adam Corbett and Allison Jackson, for embodying East excellence, as well as our October seniors of the month, myself and Alexander Brooks. Our perfect attendance winners were Ava Costa, Andrew Gurel, and Caius Matazinkis. Fantastic job, everyone. As the fall season is in swing, we wanted to show our support and gratitude for the community outside of our Raider home. Hence, the Student Council hosted its annual Good Neighbor Day, in which many of our student leaders hand-delivered mums and a card to many of the houses surrounding High School East. Raiders appreciate the importance of establishing strong school-home relationships. In light of this, we will be holding a workshop on October 27th to develop a unified vision for student outcomes. In addition, we'll be hosting a Genesis workshop on the 26th. Our National Honor Society had an extremely successful first workshop in which we established what it means to be an honorable Raider and the importance of individual service projects. Our principal, Mr. Thomas, spoke at the event and motivated our students to be the best society members that they could be. Together, everyone defined what it meant to be a leader, and the definition is as follows: A leader inspires and encourages others by setting a good example, providing guidance, and putting the needs of the community before themselves while uniting individuals toward a common goal. This will be the motto for the National Honor Society going forward. We are very proud to announce the success of the Ocean County College Fair, which took place on October 7th in our cafeteria and gymnasium. Over 150 colleges and universities were able to attend, and many students from all over the county were able to make connections with many admission counselors and recruitment advisors. Aiden Intesso was the definition of a true Raider through and through. He exhibited excellence and recognized the significance of good citizenship. We are absolutely honored to delegate the annual Ambassador Food Drive in his name. In conjunction with the Aiden Intesso Memorial Fund, we will continue to remember his legacy through the Touching Enterprise for many years to come. Our school is proud to be a national institution of character and embody tolerance, excellence, and respect. To encourage anti-bullying, our high school East safety team held its annual school violence awareness poster contest, the winner of which will be honored with the ability to paint their artwork on the anti-violence mural wall. On a more serious note, the Raider community, in conjunction with our National Honor Society, Student Council, ambassadors, and student body, is taking action to help a member of our Raider family. We encourage all of Toms River community members to attend our free movie night tonight on the turf, as we auction a variety of raffle baskets in which all the proceeds will be donated to our German teacher, Herr Tourget. Unfortunately, Herr Tourget's 6-year-old daughter was recently diagnosed with metachromatic leukodystrophy, which is a rare, fatal genetic condition. We would like to lighten the burden of medical expenses and hopefully allow the Tourgets access to experimental treatments in Minnesota. You will be happy to know, as of this afternoon, we have already made close to $300. I wish everyone a safe and spooky Halloween, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Hannah. Next would be Michael Dowd from High School North.
Good evening, everyone. Fall is in full swing at the home of the Mariners. We began our month with the outstanding news that one of our own was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for her journalistic efforts. Maria Ressa graduated in 1982 from High School North, where she served as class president for 3 years, performed as a member of the chorus, orchestra, and theater clubs, played basketball and softball, and unsurprisingly was voted most likely to succeed. We are all so impressed and honored to be associated with a Toms River alumnus who has utilized the skills she learned in our classrooms to make a difference on the world stage. All Mariners recently observed Respect Week along with all the other schools in our district. We observed this week by providing instructions focused on inclusion and preventing harassment, intimidation, and bullying. Each day, a leader of our school shared their ideas through our daily announcements. Throughout our building, lessons and activities focus on this important ideal. As the extension of these efforts, our annual Freshman Academy Challenge was held last Wednesday. Students competed in their academy teams in a series of team building activities designed to build interpersonal skills, good sportsmanship, and the ability to function in groups. Although the Liberty Academy was victorious, all of our students benefited from the positive experience. Mariner Mentors is a new initiative being undertaken by our student council. Upperclassmen are being paired with struggling underclassmen to focus on a sense of community in our students. Regular meetings both after school and during lunch will build relationships and successful habits utilizing the 7 habits of highly effective teens. This past Friday evening, we were able to celebrate our homecoming. The theme was Dancing Through the Decades. It was a beautiful night, and everyone in attendance seemed to enjoy themselves and relish the opportunity to be together outside on our campus. Congratulations to our seniors Gabriella Petroselli and Anthony Mardini, who were crowned Queen and King. Our homecoming football games were held the next day. Congratulations to our to both our freshman and varsity teams who concluded our homecoming festivities with victories over Toms River High School South by scores of 42-6 and 28-6, respectively, as a part of the Great American Rivalry. Congratulations to senior Justin Smith, who was honored with the Great American Rivalry Scholar Athlete. Congratulations to sophomore Libby Diamond, who is named one of the winners of the Veterans Day Essay Contest, which is hosted by the Toms River Township Veterans Day Commission. Libby wrote a beautiful, poignant essay on how to be a great American. She will receive a $50 gift card and have the honor of marching in the Veterans Day Parade. Athletically, all of our teams are moving towards the middle of the regular seasons and honoring their seniors for their years of dedication. All are very grateful for the opportunity to get to play outside and together. Congratulations to our field hockey team on their 7-0 victory over Brick Township on Friday, September 24th. The win marked the 100th career victory for Coach Muller and featured the 100th career goal scored by junior Olivia Fraticelli. The following week, Liv broke our school scoring record of 107 goals, the record that stood since 1989. The Rutgers University commit now set her sights on the short conference scoring record of 160. Both our soccer teams, girls cross country, and field hockey teams are closing in on an A-South title. All programs are preparing for the season-ending tournaments. Congratulations to our students of the month, Jordan Mann and myself, Michael Dowd. Jordan is a member of Team Captain's Crew, FBLA, SAD, Mariner Maniacs, and the class of 2022. She's an active part in our varsity field hockey, bowling, and softball teams. Jordan has won numerous athletic awards and has achieved high honor roll during every marking period of her high school career. Outside of school, she has helped create the Replay Sports Initiative, which redistributes gently used sports equipment to children in need. She is proud to have been named most likely to succeed by her classmates. After graduation, Jordan hopes to major in chemical engineering with plans of becoming a pharmaceutical scientist. I served as the class president of the class of 2022 and as our school's representative on the district's Super Safe Schools Committee. I'm a member of Team Mariner Maniacs in the class of 2022. I'm also a member of our track and football team, serving as a team captain. I'm an honor roll student, and I am proud to have been named most school spirited by my classmates. After graduation, I would like to major in physical education with a minor in coaching, with plans to become a teacher and a coach. Finally, congratulations to our October staff member of the month, Miss Valerie Mackin. Miss Mackin is a proud graduate of High School North, and she has taught here for all 12 years of her professional career. She currently teaches pre-calculus and RISE math. However, she has taught on all levels of mathematics. Outside of the classroom, Miss Mackin has been a class advisor and currently oversees our cheerleading and tech student association programs. In her spare time, Val loves to run, read, and spend time with her family. She states that her favorite thing about our school is the colleagues and students. She enjoys the teamwork that exists here. Enjoy the cooler weather, and I wish you all a happy Halloween.
Thank you, Michael. Last, certainly not least, Alexa from Toms River South High School.
Good evening. During the month of October, our South students participated in many events and activities, which I am honored to share with you this evening. In sports news, the Hitting Indian football team celebrated a huge win over Freehold Borough on October 1st. James Alexander and James Bond had great successes for the Indians. The Warlord defense shut down Freehold Borough's 2-point conversion to preserve the victory. Congratulations to Terrell Kelly for being named the Great American Rivalry GPA football player of the game against High School North for our Hitting Indians. Congratulations also to the South student body for defeating North in the Great American Rivalry Chin-Up Challenge. South more than doubled North by completing 1,313 chin-ups, while North completed 600. Our student body also held a pink out during the football game against Long Branch. The pink out honored those who have been affected by breast cancer. The Lady Indian Net Women were crowned the 2021 tournament champions, in addition to also being named as the Class A South champions. Congratulations to tennis players Emma Grennan, Janelle Balaska, and Abby Gressick for achieving the milestone of 50 varsity wins in their high school tennis careers. Second singles, Janelle Balaska, third singles, Abby Gressick, and the first double tandem of Riley Hussey and her partner, Ariana Rios, were each named Asbury Park Press Players of the Week. The South field hockey team is also having a very successful season. Recently, the Indians defeated St. Rose 5-0 in the first round of the Shore Conference tournament. Congratulations to Adriana Goodwin on her 200th career save for our girls field hockey team. The girls volleyball team also had a monumental victory of 2-0 against the traditionally powerful Southern Regional volleyball squad. The boys soccer team also had an impressive win over the Pineland Wildcats and are now getting ready for the Shore Coaches Tournament. The Toms River Surf team did an Indianific job in their first competition held at Point Borough. Lily Oliver placed second and Peyton Oliver placed third in the girls' shortboard finals. Brady DeRome placed sixth in the boys' shortboard finals. The ice hockey team and the boys and girls swim teams each held their interest meetings this month. In addition to our impressive sports team's accomplishments, the Toms River South hybrid back-to-school night was a huge success. In the South cafeteria, clubs and activities raised much-needed funds through the sales of South merchandise. The Spanish National Honor Society accepted applications for new members and are currently planning the induction for all their newly elected members. New members were also inducted into the French Honor Society on October 14th. The French and German Club also met to elect new officers and held an interest meeting this month. Our Spirit Club held their annual Decode the Hidden Indian Message contest in which each winner received Sunday's gift certificates. Additionally, the Spirit Club just held their annual Halloween haunted house in the basement of our school. It was a frightening success. The South Key Club assisted at the Point Pleasant Beach Cancer Walk this past Saturday and cleaned up the school grounds earlier this month. The Fishing Club, Art Club, Association of Students for Africa, Interact Club, Ski Club, and the Gay Straight Alliance also held their first meetings and accepted new members. The Cedarberry newspaper created an Instagram page and is encouraging all students to follow at the Cedarberry on Instagram. South Mathletes participated in their first Ocean County Math League competition this month. Throughout the month of October, South students participated in 3 Spirited Weeks. Our seniors dressed their best during Senior Spirit Week from October 4th through October 9th. The themes included Senior Citizen Day, Formal Day, Decades Day, Celebrity Day, and Spirit Day. From October 4th to 9th, South also had a week of respect. The following week, the entire school participated in Spirit Week, in which some of the themes included Twin Day, Western Day, PJ Day, and Maroon, White, and Blue Day. These weeks were also massive successes. The homecoming dance took place on Friday, October 15th, in the P. David Carell Courtyard. The dance was enjoyed by all students that attended. The junior and senior classes held their interest meeting for Powder Puff football. Additionally, our junior class held a fundraiser at Buffalo Wild Wings this past month, and the freshman class held elections for their class officers. October was certainly a busy month at South, and I'm looking forward to report all things Indianific at South in November. Thank you.
Nice job, Alexa. Thank you. Mr. Nardini?
Thank you, Dr. Jenko. Next, we're going to invite up Mr. Ed Keller for awards.
Thank you, Mr. Nardini. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's this evening. It's my honor to congratulate seniors Jenna Bhandari and Ishan Shah, who have both been recognized as National Merit semifinalists by the National Merit Scholarship Qualifying Test. Semifinalists are recognized as one of 16,000 or the top 2% of all students nationally for exceptionally high achievement on the PSAT test. The selection score is a combination of critical reading, mathematics, and writing. Both Jenna and Ishan had a combined selection score of 1510. Both students now have the opportunity to continue in the National Merit Scholarship competition and advance to the finalist round by meeting a number of additional requirements. Please join me in welcoming National Merit semifinalists Jenna Bhandari and Ishan Shah. Thank you. Unfortunately, Jenna had to work this evening, so we will perform the ceremony again tomorrow in school for her. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keller. Thanks. Hannah, Michael, and Alexa, you're welcome to leave now at this time. I know I forgot to do it last time. I kept you late. Okay. Our committee reports can be found on the Toms River Schools website. And at this time, we're going to open up to inquiries from guests and press on agenda items only, limited to 3 minutes as per board policy 0167. Members of the public are invited to comment on agenda action items only during this public comment portion of the meeting. And each speaker's comments will be limited to 3 minutes in duration, and the public session will be limited to a total of 30 minutes. The board, pursuant to the Open Public Meetings Act, will not publicly discuss personnel matters. All statements, comments, and questions shall be directed to the presiding officer. No participant may address or question individual board members, administrators, or staff. The board will give all comments appropriate consideration. Board members and employees retain a right of privacy and are protected against defamation and slander according to laws in New Jersey. When you come up to the podium, if you will, please state your name and address for the record.
Warren Crosby. I live on Chatham Drive in Toms River. Mr. Fosnacht, are you an expert on the curriculum here at Toms River? Are you an expert on the curriculum?
Excuse me, sir, you should be addressing any comments or concerns to the board president.
Mr. Nardini, would you expect our assistant superintendents to be experts on the curriculum here at Toms River?
Yes, I would.
All three?
Yes.
Mr. Nardini, would you expect them to know the contents inside and out very thoroughly?
Mr. Warren, is this court? What's going on? Yes.
This is absolutely related. Let me finish, please.
Okay.
Mr. Nardini, could you please explain the goal of the LGBTQ curriculum here at Toms River? We're voting on policies related to LGBTQ issues. So
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please?
Could you please explain the goal of the LGBTQ curriculum here at Toms River?
I'm going to ask Mr. Fosnacht to pick up on that, please.
Mr. Crosby, our curriculum is standard-based. Our focus is always to highlight and promote diversity and inclusion in an appropriate place in the K-12 curriculum. As always, we want to create a culture of acceptance by addressing related economic diversity gender, sexual orientation, race, ethnicities, and religious tolerance. Our goal is to create a safe and welcome, inclusive environment for all of our students. That
you
is our
sure?
goal.
Okay. Mr. Nardini, does the art in our LGBTQ curriculum promote the values he just described? To your knowledge, Mr. Nardini.
Mr. Crosby, this is a comment portion of the meeting. It's not questions and answers. So if you have something to comment on, feel free. I'm not holding you back.
Okay. I would expect art like this. This is pretty standard, I would say, for an LGBT curriculum. Parents, would you agree this is the art you would expect in an LGBTQ curriculum? Does
Mr.
this look about
Crosby,
standard? Okay.
direct your questions to me, not to the audience, please. This is not a show.
We'll see about that. Mr. Nardini, is it true that our website on Toms River, in our curriculum, promotes pornographic materials?
Not to my knowledge, no. Come to the front, please. Yeah. Mr. Cosby, are these comments or what are you doing?
I'm trying to bring to light something on our curriculum. Mr. Nardini, would it be considered criminal? You know what? Let me say it as a statement then. I would consider it criminal if there were naked vaginas, exposed penises, naked women in bed together.
Mr. Cosby, I'm going to stop you right there. There's women and children watching this. If you have a comment like that, please email us.
It's in our curriculum for
I'm
sixth
asking you
graders.
to email us.
It's intended to be viewed by 10 and
There's
11-year-olds.
families viewing us. I don't like that inappropriate language said. Please email us.
What did I say that was
and we'll-
inappropriate? It's in our curriculum. I think the parents would like to hear this. Parents, would you like to hear this?
Mr. Cosby, your time is up. Thank you.
It's not up.
It is up.
Who can handle
Thank
the
you.
time?
Next.
Just say, I yield my time.
I yield my time.
Mr. Nardini, what's going on here? Are we running a school or a sex trafficking operation? Officers, if I show you evidence, can you consider arresting anyone who participates in endangering the welfare of children?
Give me one of these.
Comments.
Here, look.
Say that again. Take that.
Mr. Nardini, if this is true, when can we accept the resignation of our president and vice president of our school board? This has happened on your leadership. The parents ought to be furious. I am so disappointed in our leadership of our school board. I can't believe it. Tomorrow morning, what I'm going to do is go file a criminal complaint with the Toms River Police Department and the Osher County Prosecutor's Office. I don't want any more voting on broad LGBTQ agenda items because it's not about LGBTQ people. It's coming under the auspices of LGBTQ, and you're exposing small children, 10, 11 years old, to sexually explicit content. I want to see accountability. If I don't see resignations, and if anybody votes in favor of broad LGBTQ policies, I'm going to name them personally in my criminal complaints.
Have a good evening, Mr. Cosby. Thank you.
My name is Joseph Steffer, 130 Shenandoah. I have something for Mr. G and something for Mr. Nardini. Mr. G first. As I'm sure you're all aware, the National Board of Education Association has asked the United States Department of Justice to send the FBI to police these public Board of Education meetings. They're calling the parents domestic terrorists prone to violence and intimidation tactics. They can only cite one example of parent violence at the Loudoun County Board of Education meeting. which in turn was found out to be yet another deep state hoax. A man was simply complaining that his ninth grade daughter was raped in the school bathroom, in part because of the board's policies on transgender students. The board denied it. The boy went and raped another girl, and now the Loudoun County Board is disintegrating in utter disgrace before our very eyes. Nevertheless, the United States DOJ and Attorney General Merrick Garland invoked the Patriot Act, a law to catch and prosecute actual terrorists, as a means to scare the parents at nationwide board meetings. They have instructed the FBI to be on the lookout for parents that are speaking up against these immoral policies of the boards of ed. Mr. G, do you believe I or any of the parents here that have spoken at these meetings are domestic terrorists?
I will remind you, Mr. Steffer, this is comment, not question and answer.
And,
Okay.
and ultimately, has the FBI come to your house? We have not called the FBI on anybody, no.
Okay. Mr. G, can you please make, and this is my last question for Mr. G. Mr. G, can you please make public the letters that you wrote to the National Board of Education Association, the United States Department of Justice, the FBI, and United States Attorney General Garland, vehemently rebuking this anti-American, authoritarian, and downright nasty policy to intimidate parents here and all over the country into not standing up for our children? Can you make those letters public?
Comments?
This is comments for one.
Comments.
Secondly, I haven't written any letters, and we're not calling the FBI on anyone. So I have no
Okay.
idea what you're speaking
Okay, so
about.
you are aware of the policy. I'm going to assume you don't have to answer that. You're aware of the United States Department of Justice policy on all this board stuff. So my question is, you haven't thought to write a letter?
No, I have not thought to
Okay.
write a letter
Okay, I
about the
appreciate your honesty.
FBI coming down here because they haven't.
I appreciate your honesty. Our law enforcement friend that's here with us every month would love to, for me personally, he's told me, to be more articulate.
Mr. Steffer, your time is up. Thank you. No one's going to yield time. This is not court.
Time for me? Say I yield.
I yield.
So I'm sorry, but you can't do that. I
So-
made a mistake by letting Mr. Cosby do that. You cannot do that. Attorney,
So-
explain this to me.
So
Mr. Steffer,
I'm just
you're
gonna,
you're finished. No, let's be respectful.
I'm being
Nobody's
respectful.
calling the FBI. Nobody's doing that. If you're passionate about what you're doing, I respect you coming here. I love it. Trust me, I do. I got thick skin. You're not bothering me. I appreciate.
It sounds
people
like
coming-
you do.
Joe, don't go there. All right.
Let me
Listen,
talk. This is
I
America
did let you
still.
talk. Be respectful to the people behind you. I'm being respectful to you.
They will all let me talk.
Thank you very much and have a
Every
good
one
night,
of them.
Mr. Steffer. You're not allowed to do that at a board meeting.
The other man did.
I
The
made
other
a
man did.
mistake. I admit I made a
We can
mistake.
waste time, but you're wasting time.
Joe,
This is serious stuff, Mr. Nardini.
I know it is. And it's serious what
This
you're
is-
doing.
this is
Breaking
not a
law.
joke.
Please. I'm asking you, please.
I have a 5-minute thing here. I timed it with my son.
Well, you had 3 minutes to talk. It's
Okay,
over
well,
and done
all
with. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
So I got 2 more minutes. now.
No, you're done. You're done, Joe.
There you go. I got somebody else to yield the time. I mean, I would have already been done by now if you didn't constantly interrupt me, because
There
that's
is
what
no
you all do.
yielding of time from the public. You're not a member of the body. 3 minutes, you're done. You can speak later, and this is not an agenda item.
Come
It's
back
our
later, Joe.
agenda item.
Come back
You
later.
can talk later. This is on the superintendent. These are comments on the superintendent's agenda items only.
Come back
And the
later.
next period
Come
is
back
5
later. You got
minutes.
5 minutes.
I just got to say, you guys need more courage.
Good evening, everybody. Anthony Malisi, 178 Lambton Lane. Can you hear me now? Can you please turn up the microphone in case somebody else can't hear me? I'd like to step away just a little bit. Is bullying on the agenda? Please don't start my
We're
time until I
appro-
get an answer, please.
We are approving bullying
I'm going to
report.
make another comment and I will stop.
Thank you,
the
Mr.
time.
Nardini.
This is not public question and answer as the chair has previously explained. This is public comment. You are free to come and express your comments to the board. All comments should be directed to the chair. The chair is under no obligation to respond to your comments.
Understood. Mr. Nardini, thank you very much for responding to my comments last time. I truly appreciate it.
You're
I will
welcome.
not have any questions today for anybody. But what I will say is that we spend a decent amount of time, energy, and money against bullying. My child puts down their mask because they can't breathe. They get told to pick their mask back up because somebody's going to get in trouble. You know who's not going to get in trouble? My child is not going to get in trouble if they can't breathe. It's not my child's responsibility if a teacher, administrator, or anybody in this district is going to get in trouble from anybody because my child can't breathe. I'm going to ask you a question, but it's rhetorical. How is that not bullying? My child pulls down a mask because they can't breathe. They get told by other children, pick up your mask, put your mask on. How is that not bullying? Another rhetorical question. I listened to a woman cry to me on the phone today because her 16-year-old child could not walk into the school district, could not walk into the school building, into a high school, 16 years old. Large fella on the football team. Couldn't walk in, scared to death of anxiety that he's going to die because that's what he's been told. If he doesn't wear a mask, and he can't wear a mask because he can't breathe, because he has anxiety attacks about walking into a building. How is that not bullying? We are here to teach our children how to learn to be better members of society. It's not about how they feel on learning about what Mr. Warren was talking about. It's nonsense. There's other countries across the world that are eating our lunch because they're learning math, reading, writing, how to be productive members of society. And we're sitting here worrying about masks? Unacceptable, ladies and gentlemen. We're sitting here bullying our children. Put your mask on, pick it up over your nose. Don't worry about breathing. I've watched my child take shallow breaths. I've watched my child take shallow breaths and then a deep breath because they're used to wearing a mask. How is that not bullying? I'm asking board attorney and all the board members within 10 days to please give us a road forward or an addendum to our road forward. Let's follow that science. We have Valeras in all of our classrooms to provide indoor air quality products to protect our children. Please give us an addendum, get us out of this mask thing so that our children could not be ridden of anxiety. You guys did the right thing. You did your homework. We invested money. In case I have to say it again, we invested money. The people of this town invested money to make sure that our children are safe.
Time's up.
Thank you. Please understand, I'm not yelling at you. I'm Italian. I speak loud. I just wanted to make sure everybody can hear me because we have a problem with the microphones and nobody can hear. So again, was not yelling at you. Thank you very much for all that you guys do.
Gubby,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Hello, my name is Lauren Whitaker. I live at 620 Berkeley Avenue in Beechwood. I was wondering if you, I see on your agenda that you had information on the send and receive proposal for Seaside Heights. If you could give us any information on that or who initiated that proposal?
Absolutely. I'm going to refer it over to Mr. Doran. We spoke about it and
Now, again, public comment, they can comment on it. Agenda. It's up to you to respond, but you can't pick and choose.
okay, Lauren, if you don't mind, this is going to come up in the next section of the meeting. All right,
Okay.
you'll have more time to talk too. All right, so we'll address it then. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Mm.
He's back.
All right, I'll say this as a comment since we can't ask questions. You should know as well that inside our curriculum on our publicly posted website, there is a scorecard listed which invites teachers to small children aged 4 and 5 to read literature about drag queens, transvestites, and other very sexually explicit material. Score it higher. So that's to say the scorecard itself invites teachers or encourages teachers to find material like that over Winnie the Pooh and a very hungry caterpillar. I really want to see some accountability from both of you. Please resign tomorrow.
Mr. Burns, did you say that there's no questions? I'm not allowed to question anybody?
No, I said
I can only make a public comment, I believe your words were. I don't want to take your words out of context.
yes.
So that's a yes?
Yes.
All right, well, if you go to number 9 on your little
Mr. Steffer,
itinerary,
Mr. Steffer,
it
is this
says,
related, is this related to agenda items? I don't
Yes.
want to have a circus going on here.
it says inquiries from guests, inquiries. Can you tell me what inquiry mean? I'm not familiar with that word.
Joe,
Now, I'm going to finish what I was saying before.
you'll finish at the next section of the meeting, Joe, please.
I just need,
We
I
have
need
to move
one
on.
second
We have
with
lots
Mr.
of
G.
stuff
That's
to
it.
cover. Be respectful. Let us take care of the next section of the meeting. Then you could come up and you could speak for 5 minutes instead of 3.
But do
all
you
right?
understand how it makes us feel when Mr. Burns says things that are quantifiably false in public? Do you know how that
Steffer,
makes us feel?
I'll speak to you in the next section of the meeting. Thank you very much. We're going to move on to the next section of the meeting.
Ready, Joe?
Wendy?
Need a motion for the approval of the submission of the M1 Health and Safety Evaluation of School Buildings Checklist for 2021-2022, Comprehensive Maintenance Plan and Capital Reserve Calculator to the Department of Education.
Motion Plaza?
Second, Mazenko.
Contessa?
Roll call?
Contessa?
Yes.
Egan?
Yes.
Howe?
Yes.
Kidney?
Yes.
Mazenko?
Yes.
Palmieri?
Yes.
Williams?
Yes.
Palazzo?
Yes.
Nardini?
Yes.
Need a motion for the approval of the New Jersey School Boards Association Conference Resolution.
Motion Egan. Second Plaza?
Roll call?
Contessa?
Yes.
Egan?
Yes.
Howe?
Yes.
Kidney?
Yes.
Mazenko?
Yes.
Palmieri?
Yes.
Williams?
Yes.
Palazzo?
Yes.
Nardini?
Yes.
Need a motion for the approval of the Ocean County YMCA agreement.
Motion Mazenko.
Second Howe?
Roll call?
Contessa?
Yes.
Egan?
Yes.
Howe?
Yes.
Kidney?
Yes.
Mazenko?
Yes.
Palmieri?
Yes.
Williams?
Yes.
Palazzo? Palazzo?
Yes. I'm sorry.
Nardini?
Yes.
Need a motion for the approval of the sidebar agreement with the Toms River Regional Schools Board of Education and the Toms River Education Association.
Motion Plaza?
Second, Mazenko.
Roll call?
Contessa?
Yes.
Egan?
Yes.
Howe?
Yes.
Kidney?
Yes.
Mazenko?
Yes.
Palmieri?
Yes.
Williams?
Yes.
Palazzo?
Yes, and I just want to say that I hope this helps us attract some more qualified staff. Paras do God's work, and I don't think I could find anyone that would disagree with that.
Nardini?
Yes.
Now we'll be adding item number 13A.
Yes.
Mr. Burns, did you have something?
Why don't you introduce it and then I'll comment.
Okay. Need a motion for the approval of the resolution to authorize the participation in and commencement of a feasibility study for a send and receive agreement with Seaside Heights Board of Ed in cooperation with the Borough of Seaside Heights at their cost and funding.
All right, what this is this is a resolution by the Board of Education approving the participation in a feasibility study that was previously initiated and approved by the Seaside Heights Board of Education for a send and receive school district as required by New Jersey statute. What this means is that the board is simply agreeing to participate voluntarily in a feasibility study to determine if there is potential benefit for a send and receive relationship with Seaside Heights Board of Education. It was initiated by Seaside Heights in collaboration with the district, and it's presented to the Board of Education tonight for review.
We need a first and a second.
Motion Plaza.
So move Nardini. Roll call.
Contessa.
Yes.
Egan.
Yes, I'm glad because we had a long discussion and it's just feasibility. It's nothing saying that we are going to go with what they suggest. So that's why I vote yes.
Yeah. How?
I'm voting yes, but again, it's just a study, and I am hoping that the Seaside Heights Regional School District really pays attention to the study and has the students' needs always put first in every decision they make. So yes.
Kidney.
Yes.
Mazenko.
Yes, as Mrs. House said, it's just a feasibility study. It's at their cost. But we do need to have serious discussions based on what the feasibility study says before we would proceed with that send and receive relationship.
Palmieri.
Yes.
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Palazzo.
Yes.
Nardini.
Yes.
Need a motion for the approval and adoption of the second reading of the following policies, regulations, and bylaws as listed in the agenda.
Motion Plaza.
Second, Howe.
Williams.
But could I make a point of order? I had just asked Ms. DeMayo if she could address some of the things that came up in public comment before we voted on this, because that's something hanging out there that I don't think was addressed that I think should be addressed.
The item that was shared by, I believe, Mr. Crosby is one of the resources in our curriculum that's intended to support our preliminary integration of lessons that are that embed a diversity and inclusion model within our curriculum. It's important to note that these activities or the content that you see in our curriculum documents are not materials that are directly delivered to students or children. Okay. And these items are shared under our LGBTQ resources, and many of them are recommended by the NJDOE as part of their equity and inclusion resources. Curriculum is an evolving process, and
Don't
we
call
will
out,
certainly be reevaluating some of the resources that are embedded. But some of those resources are really intended for the planning process for teachers.
I believe we had a first and a second. I think, Mr. Nardini, we're up to the roll call.
We have a first and second. Roll call.
Contessa.
I vote yes to abolish Restart and Recovery, remote learning options for families, and abolish Restart and Recovery Plan full-time remote instruction. I vote no to approve and adopt the second reading of the Road Forward COVID-19 Health and Safety, no on school employee vaccination requirements policy, and no on comprehensive health and physical education policy. And I will just take 2 minutes at the old and new business to discuss.
Egan.
I vote yes on the abolish of the three. I vote yes to abolish the three policies. Vote yes for the first two. The second one, I would like to, we discussed that in our session, and I'd like to discuss it a little bit further before voting yes.
And which policy is that, Mrs. Egan?
2422.
And that's a no? Okay. How?
I vote yes to abolish the three policies listed. For the second reading, I vote yes for the Road Forward, the COVID-19, for the school employee vaccination requirements. I'm having a hard time voting yes on this, only because I don't think it's fair to single out employees that aren't vaccinated. I know it's only a second reading and we still go over it more. And then for the comprehensive health and physical education, some of the policies I agree with, but there are a few that I don't. And I would like to, as Mrs. Egan said, have more discussions about these. There is, if you look in our policies, there's at the top right, it'll say if it's mandatory or not, and this one has an M, which means it came from the state, it's mandatory. But I know that we can have more discussions about what exactly is being taught to our students, and we are going to have a very detailed opt-out program for kids if they want to, if parents want to sign their kids out of this part of the health of excuse me. This isn't implemented for this year, the health and physical education. So I think we need to keep looking at this. We need to talk to some legislators, but for this, obviously it's a second reading, but there is things in here that are very disturbing. And I think as a board, we're going to sit down, speak to the curriculum committee again, and just see what we can do to better serve our students in our district.
So Mrs. House.
So I'm yes on abolishing the 3, yes on the second reading for the moving forward, no on the vaccination requirements, and no on the comprehensive health and physical education. I don't know if, Wendy, I don't know if you want me to separate from the comprehensive and health and physical education, which numbers, or just say no to.
That's all right. I have it.
Okay, thank you.
Kidney.
I'm going to vote yes for the abolishing. And I am going to vote yes for the first 2 on the second reading, but I will vote no on the comprehensive health and physical education because I would like to look into that further.
Mazenko.
I'm voting yes on all the policies. I think that we need to have serious discussions about how we implement those policies. And what Mr. Crosby brought to our attention definitely needs to be discussed further. But as Mrs. Howe indicated, the policies all are mandatory policies from the state. I don't see a way around implementing them. I see a way that we on the local level can implement them in the way we'd like. And those discussions will happen in the coming weeks and months. So yes.
Palmieri.
I am voting yes to abolish the 3 policies. I am voting no to the Road Forward COVID-19 health and safety on the grounds that despite much effort on the part of Ms. Contessa trying to add language into this policy, she has been unable to do that. And in my opinion, it's still not satisfactory. I am voting no to the school employee vaccination requirement, echoing Ms. Howe's sentiment. And I am voting no to policy 2422, comprehensive health and physical education. I do recognize that this comes from the New Jersey Department of Education and that the district really doesn't have a say in what is listed in that curriculum, but I think that we need to do better in the way that we represent it to our students. And I also think that there are a lot of things in this policy that have absolutely nothing to do with health and physical education. And I'm just kind of getting tired of seeing things that are snuck in with other policy. So I think that this policy needs to be revamped and some things need to be taken out of it and maybe appear on their own policy. So no to 2422.
Williams.
I vote yes to the abolish at second reading.
Palazzo.
Yes.
Nardini.
I vote no to the comprehensive health and yes to everything else.
Six. The comprehensive health did not go through. One, two, good, three. The rest of them did, I think. Need a motion for the approval of agenda items number 15 through 20 as listed in the agenda.
Motion, Kidney.
Second, Plaza.
Roll call.
Contessa.
Yes.
Egan.
Yes.
Howe.
Yes.
Kidney.
Yes.
Mazenko.
Yes.
Palmieri.
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Palazzo.
Yes, with the exception that on number 19, I abstain from invoice number 93609, Carluccio, Leon, Doyle, and Sachs on the Guarine matter.
Nardini.
Yes.
Need a motion for the approval and certification of the board secretary's report for August 2021.
So move Mazenko.
Second half.
Roll call.
Contessa. Yes. Egan.
Yes.
Howe.
Yes.
Kidney.
Yes.
Mazenko.
Yes.
Palmieri.
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Palazzo.
Yes.
Nardini.
Yes.
I need a motion to move the personnel agenda 1 through 24 plus addendums 25 through 34.
Motion Kidney?
Second Contessa.
Roll call.
Contessa.
Yes.
Egan.
Yes.
Howe.
Yes.
Kidney.
Yes.
Mazenko.
Yes.
Palmieri.
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Palazzo.
Yes.
Nardini.
Yes.
I need a motion to move educational programs agenda 1 through 8 plus the addendum 9 and 10.
Motion Mazenko?
Second Kidney?
Roll call.
Contessa.
Yes.
Egan.
Yes.
Howe.
Yes.
Kidney.
Yes.
Mazenko.
Yes.
Palmieri.
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Palazzo.
Yes.
Nardini.
Yes. Okay. For board members.
Yes. Mr. Nardini, if I may? It's Mrs. Contessa.
Who's that, Lisa?
Lisa.
Yes, Ms.
Thank you.
I can't see.
First of all, I just want to say, on a very positive note, how great the homecoming events were. At High School East, they had bonfires on Friday night. Tons of kids participated. There were little controlled fires all over the parking lot. There were a fire truck there. There was a fire truck. There was music. It just looked like everyone was having a blast. And the same thing goes for the dance the next evening on the football field. It was really great to see, and it was well run and well attended, and everybody enjoyed it. And I'm sure that the events at all the other schools were equally as awesome. So thank you to everyone that put that together, and Patrick Thomas and all of his helpers. Okay, on old business, I voted no to adopt and approve the 2 policies on masking and vaccination requirements, and here's why. Dr. Jenko and I have been working together very well, and I have a ton of respect for you, and I agree with you. I've met with Dr. Jenko and various members of the board and the policy committee members about our masking and vaccination policy at least 7 times, if not 10. My hope was to incorporate permanent policy changes or additions that would include, at the very least and in writing, frequent mask breaks, no harassment or bullying of students regarding masks or vaccination status, among other things. Point out some exceptions like breaks when you can't breathe, extreme heat, etc. Dr. Jenko has been very receptive and has consistently told me that by leaving our policy more broad, which simply says we'll follow the mandate, which includes some of the things I'm asking for, we will not box ourselves into a corner with too many specifics, which will make us appear, in his opinion, as we're trying to ignore the mandate and draw attention to ourselves, which will negatively affect our district in terms of retribution from this governor. This could mean not only more funding cuts, but quarantining the entire district, and who knows what else. We saw this almost happen when a journalist falsely reported that we opened mask optional, which we did not. Then the governor's office wanted to do a full investigation of our district. Dr. Jenko spoke with the governor's office, the State Department of Ed, the health commissioner, tons of angry parents, etc., to set the story straight and not have us accused of breaking any laws or mandates and get the attention off of our district. And you did a great job, and I thank you. Dr. Jenko and Mr. Fashnot have explained to me that the more mask exemptions we have, the more lax we are about wearing masks and distancing when possible. That when a positive case comes to our attention, the quarantine numbers will rise significantly, forcing more students to do virtual learning and falsely inflating our COVID numbers because it's very, very difficult to contact trace. In the cases where masks are worn and the distancing is accomplished as best we can and a positive case is reported, we may only have to quarantine 1 or 2 individuals. And our goal is to have every child participate in in-person learning, not virtually. So to put in writing the loopholes that offer children relief from masking, which is what I know most of us want, we do put more and more students at risk of being quarantined, which is what none of us want. But I do still believe there is a way around this. So while I was unsuccessful at making changes to the policy, I continue to hear stories or instances where teachers are harassing students about pulling their masks up, not offering breaks, and it makes me frankly want to bang my head against the wall. If you or your child has a problem with a particular teacher, you must talk to the teacher. If it doesn't get resolved, you must talk to your principal.
If it still doesn't get resolved, you keep going up the chain of command, and you must keep doing that until it gets resolved. I know it's very frustrating, and I'm sorry, but this is where we are. Now, having said all of that, I am still against unscientific pandemic paranoia, and I can't approve and adopt the second reading of the policy. I believe we can work around the fears of the specifics that I want, so that's why my vote was no on that. And on some good news, I did ask that we add more COVID counters to our website. And perhaps you know or don't know, we recently made the addition of COVID positive cases. So the number of positive cases constantly changes and goes down, doesn't appear to just keep climbing uncontrollably with a collective number. So that's helpful. And Mr. Fashnot and everyone that made that happen, thank you. I voted no to adopt and approve the comprehensive health and physical education policies because we need a lot more discussion around this. And I want to ensure that both health and PE policies and curriculum, that there is nothing perverse being forced on our children under the guise of equity and tolerance. I want to be sure there's no hateful racism being disguised as anti-racism, which divides our children into oppressors and victims. I reject gender ideology that teaches children there's no such thing as a boy or a girl. I reject quotas based on race or skin color as opposed to the content of the individual's character or the achievements they've accomplished through learning and hard work. I believe everyone should feel comfortable and safe and included and never singled out for how they look or what they believe, but by incorporating these kinds of ideologies to the masses and focusing so much attention on issues that divide, it does the exact opposite of what it is intended to do. So until I'm comfortable that there is none of this, my vote will always be a no on approving any such policies or curriculum. Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to reconsider. Yes, I just want to do this first. I'd like to make a motion to reconsider Wendy number 14 to school employee vaccination requirement. I vote no.
No, you have to make them.
I'm sorry. I have to have a motion first and second.
So you made the motion. Is there a second?
Will you second that, please?
Second, Contessa.
Roll call.
No, how can we roll call?
Contessa.
Changing your vote?
Okay, I'm just changing my vote. I don't need
This
roll
is a
call.
motion to reconsider.
The vote shall reconsider.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Egan.
I'm confused, but yes.
Howe.
What policy number are we voting on? I'm sorry.
We're not, you're voting on Mr. Nardini's motion for reconsideration.
Oh,
Yes.
Kidney.
Yes.
Mazenko.
No.
Palmieri.
Yes.
Williams. Palazzo.
No.
Nardini.
Yes. Thank you, everyone.
Wendy, did that pass?
We only had 3 no's.
So that passed. So now,
Yes.
Yep.
Now you can make a motion.
now you have to make a motion on that specific, whatever.
I guess, yeah.
I'm voting on school employee vaccination.
All right, so make a motion on that particular policy. So,
Well, no, he just wanted to do the vaccination.
Mr. Nardini, we need a motion number 14 specifically.
Would you like me to read it? Would you like me to read
When do you
it?
need a motion of 14 specifically, P 1648-13,
Correct.
and I. You need that one too.
Need a motion for the
And wait a
approval?
minute, Wendy, hang on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Need a motion on number 14, P 1648.11, and P 1648-13. P 1648.11 is road forward COVID-19 health and safety. P 1648-13 is school employee vaccination requirements.
Okay, so just on the 2.
Is that correct, Mr. Nardini?
That's correct. And thank you for your help there.
Need a motion for the approval and adoption of the second reading of the following policies, regulations, and bylaws. And we're specifically looking at P 1648-11 and P 1648-13.
That's correct.
Does any member of the board have any questions on what the motion is?
No.
No.
Okay.
All right, so we need a first and a second on those two specific policies that.
So move Nardini.
The second half.
Then
Roll call.
Roll call. Contessa,
No.
I'm totally confused right now.
Egan,
What? Yeah, I know. Yes, on both.
okay, Howe,
Yes on 1648.11 and no on 1648.13.
Kidney,
Yes.
Mazenko,
Yes, for the reasons explained before.
Palmieri,
Still no to both.
Williams. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Yes.
Palazzo.
Sorry, yes.
Yes.
Okay, and Nardini.
Voting no to that.
Yeah, it's still passed. Both of them.
You don't have phone.
Okay, cool. Wendy, all right, just to clarity, the following, I believe all of the policies that were on the agenda passed. Is that correct, Ms. Saxton?
Except for
Except-
24, 22.
Right, but all the policies with respect to the COVID and the restart and recovery. All right, so the following policies passed. Restart and Recovery Plan P, these are to abolish. P 1648 Restart and Recovery Plan. P 1648.02 Remote Learning Options for Families. P 1648.03 Restart and Recovery Plan Full-Time Remote Instruction. Those policies were abolished. Second reading, 1648.11 the Road Forward COVID-19 Health and Safety. That policy passed. P 1648.13 School Employee Vaccination Requirements. That policy passed. P 2422 Comprehensive Health and Physical Education. That is the policy that we heard the most comments on during public comment. Failed.
Thank you, Mr. Burns.
Thank you. Any more to come?
Yeah, sure. Any more old business, new business from the board? Ms. Egan, you're up.
Okay. Well, first of all, I want to reiterate what Ms. Contessa said, how I know a lot of the principals took heat when they decided to change the homecoming dance to a Friday and then the game later on, but I think it was the best move they could have done, and I do think that all the kids really appreciated having such a great time. On that, I'd also like to, in new business, I'd like to congratulate the way Jen Howe and her professionalism that she showed when a flyer, she's running for board, and when a flyer came out or a text message was coming out with very negative comments about her, if it was happened to me, I would be rather angry and upset, and she handled it very professionally. So I do have to say, I was very proud, Jen, and how you handled that. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
Anyone else?
Mr. Nardini, if I may.
Yes, Ms. Palazzo.
I want to reiterate what Mrs. Egan said. Mrs. Howe handled the negative campaign ad with grace. Quite frankly, I was far more angry on her behalf than she seemed to be about the situation. It really was a despicable ad. I would like to just say that for many people, myself not included because I have no aspirations, the Board of Education is their first foray into elected office, and how you treat the elected volunteers that sit at this table, whether you disagree with them or not. They donate hundreds of hours of their time over a large period, and they do wonderful things for our children and our community. Really reflects on the community as a whole, and the quality of elected officials you get in higher office, because quite frankly, people are not willing to put themselves out there to be attacked. So thank you very much, Mrs. Howe, for dealing with that with the grace you did. And to whomever put that ad out, really, you should rethink how you operate. I want to thank Dr. Jenko for speaking to the Joint Committee on Public Schools hosted by Senator Rice and Assemblywoman Jacey yesterday. It was a very informative meeting. Districts from all over the state talked about the fact that the staff, the entire staff, the teachers, the paras, the janitors, the nurses, the principals, the secretaries, and the administration are June tired. The amount of regulation and paperwork that the state has everyone doing right now is absolutely incredible, and that's before they actually educate a child. So I appreciate everything that everyone in our district is doing to make sure that our children are able to have school buildings that are open and receive in-person instruction. I want to recognize the difficulty of the contact tracing process and dealing with the emotions of children who may not have been in school buildings for 18 months. It has been an incredible feat, and quite frankly, I thank you all very much for the incredible effort that you have all made. I want to just call out Karen Binger from New Jersey PSA. Was very compelling when she spoke yesterday. She said that COVID management is all consuming. Administrators all over the state are spending 18 hours a day on COVID before they take care of their normal duties, and that staff are all at their breaking point, the nurses, the vice principals, the teachers, everyone. Staff are running out of steam, substitutes are non-existent, busing is an issue statewide, no one can find cafeteria staff, paras are incredibly difficult to recruit, and the pool of talented teachers and supervisors is running dry. We really need to make sure that we are taking care of our staff as well as our students, and I commend Dr. Jenko for attempting to do that to the best of his ability. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Palazzo.
Mr.
And,
Nardini, if I may.
Sure, I just want to mention that Mrs. Palazzo was behind that meeting with Dr. Jenko and the state. And thank you, Mrs. Palazzo, for arranging that. Yes, Ms. Howe?
Oh, it's Ashley.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Palazzo.
Can everyone hear me? Because I can barely hear the other board members when they're talking. Okay, I'll just yell a little louder. I just want to address one. Mrs. Contessa, thank you so much for all of the effort that you put into trying to work something into this mask policy. Since I am on the policy committee, I firsthand saw every single time she drafted and redrafted and continued to draft more and more and more policy and made every possible effort. She's lost countless hours and days of her life working on this, and I know that she's not going to give up. I wish that she was successful. I know that she's not going to give up. So thank you for all of your time doing that. I would also like to address all the parents here tonight that got up and spoke. Mr. Crosby, Mr. Steffers, Mr. Malisi. I want to address that. I know there was a sign-in sheet leaked on the internet this week. I'm really not sure what the goal of doing that was. It is public record. Anybody can watch the meeting, see who signed in, see who gave their name and address. I'm sure that document can be easily opened. I really don't know what the goal was of someone leaking that document. My name was also on it, and I have no problem with that, as I know most parents don't. Please keep showing up. Please keep voicing your opinions. If someone's goal was to intimidate you as parents from showing up and speaking at this meeting, it's disgusting. So I have no idea why that happened, but I just want to acknowledge everyone that continues to show up, continues to fight for your kids. You really are the first line of defense. That being said, when I was upset about something that was going on, people would always say, well, if you're that upset about it, then do something. So I ran for the Board of Education. And then I realized that it's so much harder to do something than you could ever imagine. And I understand, I recognize these policies that come down from the state. There's really nothing that we can do to keep the policy out of our district when they decide this is a change in curriculum and this is what we're doing now. There's not a lot we can do to say, no, we're not doing that. But we can change the way that we represent it to our students. And tonight is the very first time since I've been on this board that I actually feel like we worked together and we accomplished something. And we all voted, well, most of us, I guess 5 of us, voted down policy 2422. And thank you guys, because it feels really good to work together and actually accomplish something that our constituents want. So thank you. And that's it.
Mr. Nardini, may I?
Yes, Mr. Mazenko?
If I may address one comment, I just, to clarify, Ms. Palmieri, that, and because I followed up into it when there was those issues on social media. I said I followed up actually when there was some allegations on social media that sign-in sheet was leaked. It was actually disseminated through an Open Public Records Act request.
Yeah, I know it's public record.
So, but somebody actually took the time to submit an Oprah request for that document.
Mr. Mazenko?
So I just wanted to kind of follow up on the policy and, even though I voted yes, I just think it's this, the state tells us we have to put in these policies, and that's just the framework for how we're there. That's a framework. And then at the local level here on the Board of Education with the curriculum team, and I already asked Ms. DeMayo about what Mr. Crosby brought up to us. That'll be a continuing discussion because that's the first I learned of it, and it's not right. But the policies that the state promulgates are what they are. We take an oath to uphold the law, whether we like it or not. So my view was just that we need to put this framework in place, and then the Board of Education, working with the administration, will implement that as we see best fit for our community. So this will be a continuing discussion with the Board of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Mazenko. Any other board members?
Mr. Nardini? Oh, did someone
Yes,
else?
Ms. Howe, I see you.
First, I want to say thank you to all the high school principals. The high school students had so much fun at their homecomings, and I think we were in our curriculum meeting Wednesday when the date changed from Saturday to Friday, and a lot of the girls were not happy because they had nail appointments and hair appointments, but I'm very happy that we stuck to it because Saturday night, if anyone was driving or outside, it was pouring. So I'm glad that the kids got their dances in on a beautiful fall night. All 3 schools, I saw the most beautiful pictures. My girls go here. They had a great time. The pictures from North, I had a friend that was chaperone, and kids, friends' kids that go there, they had the best time. Same thing at East. It feels so good to see pictures of kids all dressed up in groups and hanging out and dancing. So I really appreciate everything the principals do to get those activities back in the schools. Right now on Facebook, if you go to the South and East share a hockey team, and they're doing a brochure for the season, and they're looking for sponsorships. And hockey's a very expensive sport. I know my nephew played, and I don't know how many extra miles my brother-in-law had to drive his truck to have my nephew play hockey. And I have a lot of family members that play hockey, but hockey's very expensive. Ice time is expensive. So if you have a small business, or if you just want to get together with a group of parents and support the hockey teams, we combine 2 schools into 1 team for South and East to make it more affordable. And I think that they do a great job. So, and if you ever have anything, if you don't have plans on a Friday or Saturday in the winter, go to a high school hockey game. It's a lot of fun. The Veterans Day Parade is November 11th. And I know last year there was a lot of students there, and I think it's great to see. We have a lot of students that graduated through our schools who have served in the military. And I think it's important that our children know what it is, what our country, how our country has become what it is because of these selfless people. And I think even pulling your kids out of school for a few hours to bring them to the parade for the day is a fantastic history lesson. I want to thank one of our local councilmen made a donation, but I see someone from the foundation here, so I believe she was going to say something. I'm going to hold off, but I'll say thank you to Mr. Turnbach, and then someone else will probably say what he did. Another thing is that I've been noticing over the past few months, actually the past 18 months, that no one seems to, not no one, there's a small portion, but it's usually the loudest portion of people, have no problem saying very nasty things to other people. And I have witnessed it. I personally witnessed it. I thank you to the board members who, thought I handled it well. I ate a big bowl of ice cream, and that always helps. You all know how much I love to eat. So, but there's so much more you can do with your time than try to put someone else down. And I think we all forget that our kids are watching. When my kids hear me talking to my husband and I was upset, and my kids hear what people are saying about me, and they know that I selflessly sacrifice my time to do this for them and for all the children in the district and all the teachers, I feel bad for them because I don't like the examples that people are setting for our kids. We're their parents and their aunts and uncles and cousins, and as adults, you have to set the example. If you talk to teachers now, it's hard to control a classroom right now. The kids are unruly, and that's because they've been home with us for 18 months and we don't have the patience to be teachers. So we were just kind of like, yeah, stay in your pajamas because this is impossible. And the teachers are now getting, our, lack of discipline at home, I think, during quarantine in their classrooms. And our teachers are heroes. They are amazing of what they're dealing with. But what we're also seeing is adults have no problems shouting at people in the store, and you see it everywhere. The level of respect is not where it should be, especially in our country, in our town. So I don't want any sympathy for anything that's said about me. I sit up here and I'm free game. It's fine. But there's little ears and eyes, and they watch everything we do, everything we say. And if you have something to say to somebody, if you don't like what someone's doing, especially on this board, come here, come to the microphone. Don't send a text message out to a bunch of people and say mean things. Own it. If you have something that's bothering you that we're doing or anyone else is doing, just come here and speak with words that are nice and respectful, and you'll get a respectful answer back. We're not all doing, we don't all have to be liked up here, but respect, if everyone expects us to respect them, we deserve the same respect, and we want all of our children to be respected and show respect to each other's children. I feel like we've lost that, and it's sad. But I just want to say that our teachers are now enforcing these more than anything. I know I speak to my kids' teachers all the time, and it's a tough lesson to teach because it should be taught at home. It should be taught at home that you have to use nice words. And the fact that we have to say that to adults is disheartening. So I just want to take this time to say, like, if you have complaints and you're not happy with something, please let us know. But the way you speak is what your kids hear and our kids hear, and we have to be better examples for them. So that's all I have, Mr. Nardini. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Howe. Any other board members?
Joe, just real quickly, I heard someone over there yell what passed and what didn't. Just so that you guys know, the policy guide is posted on our website, and all of the details of policy are in it. So if you want to look this one, when you go, I think it's 468 pages, this packet, but the policy starts on page 222. So if you wanted to look at it, you could read the policy exactly there. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Palmieri. Anyone else? Okay. Hearing none, we'll open up the inquiries from guests and press limited to 5 minutes as board policy 0167. Members of the public are invited to comment on any school district matter during this public comment portion of the meeting. And each speaker's comments will be limited to 5 minutes. The board pursuant to the Open Public Meetings Act will not publicly discuss personnel matters. All statements, comments, and questions shall be directed to the presiding officer. No participant may address or question individual board members, administrators, or staff. The board will give all comments appropriate consideration. Board members and employees retain the right of privacy and are protected against defamation and slander according to the laws of New Jersey. When you come up to the podium, please clearly state your name and address for the record, and thank you.
I go.
Yeah, you're up.
Rob Onofrietti, 233 Med J Lane. I got a couple of things to say. First, Jen, I got that text message and it was disgusting. I'm sorry. May not always agree with some of the things, but what you had to go through last night was just absolute garbage. I went through it last year with someone I thought I could trust. So believe me, I understand what it's like to have to always continue to take the high road when that kind of stuff is being said about you and your kids see it and they hear it. There's no place for it. So you handled it well, and I know it's not easy. So
Thank you very much. And I know what you went through, and it
Yeah,
was very unfair to your family too.
So thank you. So second thing, Ms. Palmieri, you actually said the first thing that I agree with you about is that parents should be able to come here and be able to speak their minds and say what they want. Another thing that you said, that I know you said you felt good that you actually passed something. We've been waiting for a superintendent for 1.5 years, so maybe you guys can work on that too. Having said that, I was on Facebook this week and I saw some emails that were Oprah, and there's another sitting board member sitting down there, Ms. Contessa, through the chair. I'm going to say some things to some of the board members sitting here that Ms. Contessa did not want me speaking at these meetings, said that maybe because Mr. Nardini and I are friendly with each other, that perhaps that Joe could call me and maybe tell me to tone it down a little bit. Really goes against everything that you just said. We're supposed to be able to
Excuse
come
me,
here and say
son,
what we
for
want.
me to call you?
Yeah, that was in the email. I could send it to you. You see, you can say it. It was posted on another former board member's page, but yeah, she had emailed you a couple months ago wanting you to give me and other members that are sitting behind me a call because we're being disruptive. If I'm being disruptive to you, I'm sorry that this is not the fluff piece that maybe you thought it was going to be. And if I'm being disruptive to you, you need to get out. I'm sorry. I know all too well what it's like to sit out here. For you to actually call the board president and tell on me, that just shows the kind of person that you are. And I don't care what work you're doing behind the scenes. The fact that you want to muzzle a former board member, a former board president from coming and making you uncomfortable is beyond reprehensible. I'm sorry.
Mr. Nardini.
No,
if I
no, no,
may?
that's my time. You can
Okay.
talk and you can't, and there's another rules of the road. You can't actually speak until he recognizes you. That's kind of the way this thing goes. So it's my time right now. You wrote an email. It's clear as day. You said that you wanted him to call me because me and Miss Morrison and a couple other folks were being disruptive to you. Maybe we could tone it down. So I agree that no one should come up here. I understand all too well the amount of time that it takes you away from your family, things that you do. I get that. But don't you ever think that I'm going to stop coming here. And I was actually fine with not coming because, this board, I'm sorry, is a dumpster fire. Everything that you guys do, 1.5 years, we can't get a superintendent in, masks this and do this. There's no continuity in anything that's going on here. And you're worried about me making you uncomfortable. I'm sorry. There's no reason for that. There is absolutely none. So again, I just felt obligated to come here and just let everybody know that, when we have one board member saying that they want parents to continue to come, and then you got another one working behind the scenes to keep parents from actually speaking their minds, that's just contradictory. And it just goes to show the kind of person that you are. And if you can't take my comments, then, there's a door behind you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Onofredi.
Can I just respond to that quickly? I never said to muzzle any members of the public or parents. I ask that you keep your attacks to 3 minutes if possible and not shout from the bleachers and call me names. That's what I said.
Sure. Mr. Steffer?
All right, so back to the domestic terrorism. Mr. Jenko, I didn't get to finish before, but I'm very upset that you didn't find it appropriate to write a letter. I think because of your gross inaction, I think your ineffective. I think you're useless, and I think you're weak. Now, I'm sorry if I just broke any rules, but and the only domestic terrorist, and this is my point for you, Mr. Nardini, the only domestic terrorist that I've seen through all this is the disgraced former governor of New York, the disgraced governor of Michigan, the disgraced governor of New Jersey, all of who marched tens of thousands of our elderly fellow citizens to their death with policies that are so incompetent and so anti-science that one has to believe that they did it on purpose. People your age, Mr. Nardini. On the road forward. Now, I lost, okay? We all just lost on the road forward, right? The COVID, am I correct? Okay. So I'm going to read what I wrote anyway, because you need to hear it. All of you need to hear it. I said it before and I'll say it again. The board is taking directions from a tyrannical governor who shows no respect for science. Children are inefficient spreaders of COVID. Masks are child abuse. Anyone with authority over our children are complicit in this child abuse, and you all know it. The worst part of this whole exercise is the theater of it all. Hundreds of thousands of illegal aliens don't wear masks or get vaccines. You are being duped. You're being made look like fools. The White House and the Congress do not need to get vaccinated. Neither does Fauci's staff at the CDC. The WHO says masking and lockdowns have zero benefit. This is over as soon as you say it is. The kids don't even know they're being abused. They're walking outside of school with their masks on in the heat. How many lawmakers are law breakers? They're going to Emmy Awards, Met Galas, etc. President Biden is walking a DC restaurant with his wife in no masks while all of his servants do. Sorry, my phone went. Governor Murphy was partying like it was 2019 with no mask in sight indoors with guess who? The bigwigs of the teachers union. That looks really good. Every one of the leaders responsible for implementing these mandates are constantly getting caught disobeying their own orders, including our very own Miss Williams, who loves to hang out indoors with no mask, especially around the elderly. Now, listen, I picked on her before, okay? And I'm picking on her again simply because it's the truth. But listen, I'm not against vaccines, though I haven't seen one that works for COVID. And I'm not against masks. I'm for freedom, truth, justice, and the American way. And since I called on Miss Williams, let me just give her a quick compliment. And I got like 20 seconds.
Mr. Nardini, would you please direct the speaker to speak to you?
Let me just give Miss Williams a compliment. Sincerely, I'm giving you a compliment. Yes, what she believes to me is disgusting and anti-American, but you have to give her credit that she doesn't waver in her awful opinions that will make our society dumber, weaker, and less safe. You, however, Mr. Nardini, and to some extent, Ms. Howe, are a different story. I'm speaking directly to you because you are the perceived leader, and you
Joe, direct everything to me.
Listen. You could both not be more
Direct to me, Joe. Come on, respect. Remember,
I'm being respectful. Have I said a disrespectful word?
No, don't direct anything at Mrs. Williams.
Oh, okay, I won't direct it. You both in public and private talk about how you hate these mandates and have 8 grandchildren, et cetera, et cetera. You say things like, we can't break the law, but there is no law for you to break. Like I said earlier, you could simply choose to not obey Tyrant Murphy. I'm telling you right now, do not vote, and it's passed because you guys didn't let me speak before. Do not vote to pass the road forward. If you vote yes for this awful monstrosity of a board policy that affirms everything Tyrant Murphy is doing in regards to mass CRT and trans-sex issues, we will do everything in our power to see that you lose your election this year and in the future. And here's the last sentence. We are Toms River, a top 10 school. We matter. The smaller districts are looking to us to do the right thing. If it finally dawns on you that you actually hold all the power to protect our children instead of hurting our children, you can be the catalyst for this whole country. Toms River will forever be known as the place where America regained the freedom that was dangerously close to be taken away from us for good. Or maybe for all of you, this isn't about the welfare of our children and our country. It's about money, power, prestige for yourselves.
Thank you, Mr. Steffer.
Mr. Nardini? Mr. Nardini?
Who's calling?
It's Jen. Hi.
Yes, Ms. Howe.
Since I was addressed, may I respond?
Sure you can.
Thank you. I'm going to actually ask our lawyer, Mr. Burns, if we are, as a board, and we've seen it happen in other school districts, if we are to say we are not wearing masks to school tomorrow, does that override the executive order from the governor?
No, what I think everybody doesn't want to hear or doesn't want to believe, that an executive order, especially in a time of a public health crisis or declared state of emergency. 2 years. Okay. During a public health crisis or a declared state of emergency, whether it's a day old or 2 years old, has the same force and weight as the law. And in fact,
yes, it does.
Okay. Yes, it's in the executive order and the law. By petitioning the courts to overturn the same, which people have done, and the courts have not overturned it. By the fact that the courts have not overturned the law, it is still the law.
Excuse me,
and it is
Mr.
still
Burns
the-
is speaking.
And it is still has the full faith and effect of the law. Not only that, if the board chooses not to enforce the law, the board can be held personally, criminally responsible, and can be charged with a disorderly person's effect. Ethics violations can be filed by the state against the individual board members for not enforcing the executive order. Administrators put their certificates and careers and pensions at risk by not enforcing the order. Moreover, you would be specifically violating your oaths where you swore to take full allegiance to the laws of the state of New Jersey.
Mr. Burns, will you explain that we will be replaced with a state representative, and they'll be dealing with a state representative that we were to do that?
The state would simply just come in and take over the school district and administer the school district.
Thank you very
The
much.
state is not going to allow, especially a top 10 district, to walk away from an executive order.
Thank you.
So the reason I don't quit this position is because I don't believe that the children should be masked without their, I think it should be up to the parents. So that's why I don't step down from the board, because I'm trying to fight for the children. So you can try to get me voted out of here, that's fine. But the next person that takes this seat, or Mr. Nardini's seat, or Ms. Plaza's seat, if they get voted in, they're going to be stuck with the same executive orders that we are. So all we can do is every day, it is true.
Joe, please don't call out.
So I sit in this seat and I'm rerunning for this seat to choose a superintendent to try to get the mask mandate lifted and to help our students. I'm on the phone with Trent and I call people for the S2 ridiculous state aid funding formula all the time. Feel free to run for the school board. You could have ran for the school board this year and you could said it. No, and then I'm not even being, so you could have run and you could sit here and say, nobody in Toms River is wearing masks and see what would have happened. There's thousands of people in Toms River and there's 7 people running for the school board. You know why? Because this isn't about money. We don't get paid. This isn't about prestige. My kids don't make all the sports teams that they try out for. There's nothing powerful about sitting up here. I missed a soccer game today. That's fine. It's sacrifice. And I'm doing it for my kids. I'm doing it for your kids. I'm doing it for everyone's kids, for all these teachers, for all these nurses, this administration that sacrifices a lot of their time and everyone else gets paid. We don't. But I'm not doing this for any other reason other than the fact that I love my kids. I love your kids. I love everyone else's kids. And I love this whole community and I want it to be better. And just like I said earlier in my statements, that's Dr. Janko. That's not Mr. G. That's Dr. Janko. And he deserves a little bit more respect when you address him. He's come in, he works tirelessly. He works Saturday, he works Sunday. We had a bomb scare last week or the week before. It was handled perfectly. Mr. Sitta and this entire staff in this school did a fantastic job. Every day this man has been here, there has been a crazy crisis that he has to deal with. And I don't know.
Mr. Steffer, come on.
It's not about you being right or wrong. No one's right. It's not about right or wrong right now. And I
Mr. Stefan,
agree.
Once
that-
more, you're going to be on the other side of the threshold.
I
Stop
agree.
it.
But you come up here and you tell us to step down and quit. We're fighting for the kids. I don't do this for any other reason.
Mr. Stefan, stand outside, please. Somebody stop him. Security.
But I'm just saying, you come here every month and we appreciate you coming here, but we have to follow, there's rules to follow. And if you think that can change, then next year if hopefully we're still not doing this, but run for election, run for the school board. Okay? Thank you for coming always, but I would appreciate it if you did show a little bit more respect for our superintendent. He has worked very hard to get to where he is, and he deserves not to be called Mr. G. He's Dr. Jenko. So thank you. Have a
Ms.
good
Howe,
night.
thank you. Ms. Howe, thank you very much. Ms. Howe, thank you very much. It's very well said.
Okay. Mr. Nardini, back in August, you publicly promised me a letter condemning critical race theory. Do you have that letter with you?
Mr. Crosby, I kept my word. Unbeknownst to what you're putting out there, somebody sent me snippets.
Actually,
Sorry.
Mr. Crosby, Mr. Nardini met with me. He wanted to look at the mission statement, and I explained to him that the mission statement is not something that any one person can start changing. That is something that is developed with all stakeholders. I also said to him, like Mr. Foshnot has said to you, critical race theory is not taught in this district. It's not taught in the state. It's not part of the state standards. Now, ultimately, he didn't ignore you. He did meet with me twice. So I wanted to make that clear.
Yeah, I'm not, in that question, I didn't intend to accuse you of not doing something about it. I just was asking the question. Now, Dr. Jenko, I know that you're new here, so I'm not going to blast into you. However, in our curriculum, there is a video that does the following. It features various activists who want to defund the police. There's one young girl who was criminally charged with assault from her school district, and now she spends her time as a activist trying to get school resources officers out of the school district. That's in our curriculum under 6th grade social studies, page 13 is the second PBS video. This past weekend, because Dr. Jenko, people keep telling me there's no critical race theory in our curriculum, I only took a deep dive actually in one subject area, social studies, and I'm very disappointed because I invested trust in our president and our vice president and our superintendents who kept telling me publicly for months there's no critical race theory in our school district. And then I accessed the curriculum myself, and I found, as mentioned earlier, the pornography, and I found critical race theory.
I don't mean to interrupt, but typically PBS videos are sent from the DOH, and they're usually not they're usually augment the curriculum for teachers. They're not usually something that students are reviewing. However, what you're saying, I certainly will look into. I certainly will have Mr. Foshnot, if it's at the K through 8 or K through 6 level, or Mrs. DeMayo at the secondary, look at it. We certainly are not looking to promulgate something that, in my mind, would be wrong. And what you're saying to me does not seem right.
Yeah, and then Dr. Genko, I have just a second question. You know, after I reviewed this, and again, I don't have an education degree. This isn't my background. I was very disappointed, as you could imagine, when I discovered all these different links in our curriculum on our publicly posted website. Do you think it's appropriate to have these resources in our curriculum and then try to tell parents, people like myself, that it's not taught to kids, because there's really no way anyone could know that since it's in the curriculum, isn't that right?
What I'm going to tell you is what I've already said, is that it's been brought to my attention tonight, and I certainly will have Mr. Foshnot, Mrs. DeMayo, and myself look at it first thing tomorrow morning.
Okay, and just another question. Is it the policy position of Toms River School District to want to defund the police and get police officers out of schools?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. My entire career, I've been expanding SROs, whether I was in South Plainfield, Jackson, or here. Absolutely not.
And then, Dr. Genko, given that I'm telling the truth tonight, assuming that, do you agree that our curriculum on our website spends much more space and energy trying to divide kids?
I wouldn't say that at all. I'm going to say I'm going to look at what you're telling me. I'm not going to take a position that we're dividing children at this point. No.
Okay, and then, but you'll review those materials I mentioned, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Crosby.
Hello, my name is Sophia M. Toms River. It is my first time speaking, but it is not my dad. You have seen him speak every single BOE meeting, and now it's time for my speech. Thanks for your time. I am in third grade at Golden Walnut Tree Elementary School. I have a doctor's note, but I don't think it's fair for some people not to have to wear a mask, but some people have to wear one. There are only a few people in my school that don't need to wear one, including me. In my sister's middle school, she wants to know why in her class she must wear a mask, but at lunch they are sitting next to each other without masks. When someone in my class tries to take it off, the teacher says, "Put your mask up. You only get 2 mask breaks a day." Some of my friends are home from school even though they are not sick because the school says they have to stay home. They should be in school if they are not sick. There is someone next to me and his face turns red and he has allergies like me, which makes it hard to breathe. People have allergies like me, so I don't think it's fair for them to have to wear a mask. So let's make them optional forever and let kids have a choice. Please listen to this part carefully because my friends are having a hard time with them on. Let's make an agreement that you can make it optional so we can choose. Let's be fair to the kids and adults. Let them choose. America is the freest country in the world. Let kids choose if they want to wear a mask, but if they don't want to, they shouldn't have to. Thanks for listening to me.
I think you did an excellent job. Excellent job. Very good.
Thanks for letting her do that.
Thank you for letting her do that.
Richard McCliz, 210 Genoa, Toms River. It's funny because my daughter's shirt says, "I'm not arguing, I'm explaining why I'm right." I just thought that was fitting in this sort of setting. Real quick, before I begin, I just want to point out, I understand laws, I understand mandates. So I'm not here to say break the law, do this, do that. The spirit and the theme of what I want to talk to you guys about tonight is how we can kind of press against this a little bit to make what we view as parents as being a little bit of much of an overreach, a little bit more lenient within the auspices of what we can and can't do. Okay. So again, one of the issues that governs this BOE is the idea that there's things we can control and things that we can't. For example, when speaking with some of you, I hear things like it's a law, it's a mandate, there's nothing we can do. And the point I'm going to make tonight is there's ways around this. And one of those ways is using the power of such a large district to vocally disapprove of some of the things and combat against them. For those of you on this board, I want to thank some of the comments that have been made tonight and in the past. Really appreciate it. For those of you that believe in parental choice and freedoms, liberties, and also the Constitution, my statements will align pretty well with you. For the others on this board, the next 5 minutes may be interpreted as a domestic act of terrorism, which is a shame these days. Specifically, I'd like to thank Mrs. Howe, Mr. Malisi for attending the mandate rally in Trenton on Monday. We were there, and many people in this room were as well. And the question is, when it comes to those sorts of things, where are you guys? A few years ago, there were some budget problems here in Toms River. And the message that came from this board, and I understand not all of you were members at that time, but the message that came out of this board was, we need you, we need you. You wanted us there by the busloads. Where are you? All right. So, Mr. Mazenko, no disrespect, but regarding the way that you voted, you don't vote giving up your rights just to try to renegotiate them later. That's just not the way things work. So I just want to point out, so some of the things that are coming out are not really in line with what the spirit of this board should be. focusing on the things that we can control, it's actions. And a large faction of this group claims to have the best interest of parents and families, yet I feel like we continue to come up short in terms of the massive footprint that we really have as the district. Currently, there's 473 students and 16 staff members quarantined because of 32 confirmed cases. Let's think about that for a minute. These tests are intended to include positives for ancillary items such as runny nose, temperatures, et cetera. And the last time I checked, the fall season is certainly going to throw up some red flags. Now, on the major action item that was voted on today, specifically the Road Forward program, the point I want to make tonight, Dr. Jenko, is that there's very specific powers inside of that are given to the superintendent. I'm going to read you a quote. This quote's on page 227 of the document. Quote, the school district anticipates updates to the Road Forward, and as such, this policy is subject to review by the superintendent to ensure compliance with the orders that may arise after board adoption of this policy. All revisions to orders affecting this policy and corresponding appendices shall be reviewed by the superintendent with the board attorney, school physician, and board of education, if appropriate. The superintendent may revise the health and safety protocols included in the appendix as necessary and appropriate, end quote. An example of this was the weather issue with the masks, right? So the message here is that from our point of view, and put out literature if we're wrong, but from our point of view, the mandates get handed down and they're followed to the T. There's no pushback. There's no approach for modification. And that's where we have a hard time accepting the message of we represent the parents there, okay? So with all that said, how are we addressing the following questions and concerns being addressed with those powers that the board and the superintendent carry? How is Toms River reporting the numbers of those quarantined that end up with positive cases? Why are we quarantining healthy, non-symptomatic students? Now, again, I understand it's part of the mandates that get handed down, but why are we not vocalizing it out? Why are we not opposing it to the state?
But you're making the assumption that we're not. And we have.
I didn't say that you weren't.
Okay.
No,
Because we do this in conjunction with the health department.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that you're following the mandate to the letter of the mandate itself, when the mandate clearly gives you some guidelines where there's wiggle room. Okay? I just read it. All right. So, why is it that fully vaccinated students and staff are not required to follow the same protocols, yet they can still get and transmit, COVID? There's a whole bunch of miscommunications out there in terms of what's going on. One thing that struck me that was alarming is that inside of that was the inclusion of volunteers entering the school building, would be subject themselves to testing or vaccination. And, as a side note, some of you know my wife very well. She's one of the hardest working school moms you'll ever meet. And for years, she's co-chaired and participated in multiple annual programs in schools, most notably the book fair. This segregation is now spreading to the volunteers, who are no more than citizens and taxpayers. And Dr. Jenko, you had mentioned some of the shortages that are going on out there, and it would be sad to add the volunteers to that list. I'll end in a moment, but 6 days ago, the New Jersey Department of Health announced that, quote, NJ start in-school vaccine clinics for kids. Guys, this is about 10 days away. According to the NJ Department of Health, quote, it will be up to the individual school district to decide if they want to open a vaccine clinic in their schools, end quote. It's important to note that any of these final approvals will be conveniently announced after the election. But my point to you is that this is going to be something that you guys can act on clearly in the messaging that is in line with what you're saying. This imminent announcement is where the rubber will meet the road for this town and this BOE.
Excuse me, Rich, I'm going to have to cut you off. All right, we have other people there and.
Okay.
All right.
So
I thank you. I thank you for what you're doing. I understand. Thank you.
No problem.
Good evening. So as always, I'm always nervous when I do this, but I have my speech prepared. So good evening. Tonight I stand before you to discuss several
Excuse
issues
me.
of concern.
Please state your name.
Sure.
And write it in the journal.
Yep, I'll write it at the end, but I'm Lisa Rakuya. Tonight, I stand before you to discuss several issues of concern. Of course, I continue to go on record that I oppose the governor's mask mandate. Masking is a medical decision that should always be left to the parent. Nevertheless, I won't speak tonight to the effort of unmasking the children, as I'm fully aware that it will get me nowhere. Instead, I want to focus my time on the issues of mental health, the NJEA, and vaccinations. To start, as both a mom and a teacher myself, I have concerns over the mental well-being of our children. When discussing this issue with friends and family or even colleagues, I'm often told that the kids are just happy to be back at school and to be with their friends. I'm told that I'm making mountains out of molehills and that the children are resilient. And while this is true, my response to them is to take a little look further. Take a look at the sadness in their eyes, the frustration in their body language, and the glimpses of fear that come through in their conversations and their written work. The ongoing stress and fear has weighed heavily on our children. According to the Children's Hospital Association, from April to October 2020, hospitals nationally saw a 24% increase in the proportion of mental health emergency department visits for kids ages 5 to 11, and a 31% increase in the 12 to 17-year-old age group compared to 2019, which was according to the CDC. In the last half of 2020, Children's Hospital saw a 17% increase in suicide and self-injury cases. Yet, we continue to mask our students, seat them 3 feet apart, separate them from friends in other classes, limit their contacts socially at lunch, make them do the zombie walk down the hallway, and worst of all, we scold them when they take their masks down to breathe fresh air. What are we doing? When a child has an approved mask exemption and has cuts behind his ears because he refuses to take his mask down for fear of how others will see him or treat him, we're doing something wrong. And I also want to point out that it's our younger children, it's our elementary school kids that are suffering the most because we can control them, right? When our kids are in middle school and high school and they walk the hallways, we can't control them. They do what they want. They walk in crowds. But our elementary kids are forced to do the zombie walk in the halls. And I think it's wrong. I think they're bearing the brunt of this, and I don't think it's fair. Second, I would like to bring attention to an issue that many parents in our community may be unaware of, and that's the NJEA's push to educate your children on the need for vaccination. It's my hope that after hearing what I have to say, the board will put a policy in place that will prohibit teachers and staff from overstepping their responsibilities as educators, not the parents, when it comes to discussing vaccination in the classroom. On Tuesday, August 10th at 6 p.m., the NEA and the NJEA hosted a Zoom call to train educators and school staff on how to talk about COVID-19 vaccinations with their students. I share this information with you tonight because you might be unaware that this is the training and the messaging that teachers are receiving from their union leadership. Educators were given open-ended conversation starters to use in the classroom. One example is, did you hear that Walgreens down the block is having a vaccination site? Another is, I'm excited to safely see my students and their families again. On the Zoom call, teachers were encouraged to be a trusted messenger and a helper. We were told to take advantage of our relationships with our students as someone who is already known and trusted. We were told to relate to the students on a personal level and to share information to them on their journey to get them vaccinated. This is information that was shared last week on Fox News, and it was confirmed by NJEA leadership, and I was in the Zoom call myself in August. As both a parent and an educator, I was left speechless. Educators were asked to discuss with parents the benefits of vaccinations and in-person learning. Educators were told that when talking to parents, we should make it clear that the health and safety of all students is our top priority. Teachers were introduced to an app called Reach that will help them to track the conversations that they have about vaccinations with students and families. Through the app, teachers will be given opportunities to earn rewards in the form of gift cards. I share this tonight to let you know that it is not the job of your teachers to manipulate children into taking a vaccine. It is not the job of your teachers to make children feel scared or afraid of their unvaccinated friends or family members. And it is certainly not the job of your teachers to make children feel ostracized because their family may have chosen not to be vaccinated. As a parent, I will be furious if my children are taught these things in the classroom. And as an educator, I feel heartache for the divide that this narrative will inevitably create between teachers and the communities that they serve. This is clearly an agenda. It is not about health and well-being for our students. And if you don't believe me, you can reference the statements that were made by the White House today This is an article that came out today from the White House. It says the White House is preparing to mobilize a stepped-up campaign to educate parents and kids about the safety of the shots and the ease of getting them. As has been the case for adult vaccinations, the administration believes that trusted messengers, our educators, will be vital to encouraging vaccinations. I do truly believe that most teachers, especially here in Toms River, will not have these discussions in the classrooms. We have amazing and wonderful teachers here in town, and I have never had anything but amazing experiences. I have like 5 sentences left. Nevertheless, there needs to be a policy in place to ensure that our children are protected from this narrative. Programs that our children are using in school, such as Brain Pop and Mystery Science, offer segments on vaccination. Brain Pop has Dr. Fauci himself talking to the students about vaccinations, and there is no place in the classroom during these heated times for these discussions. I look forward to hearing from the board on what policies are going to be put in place in regards to this matter. And then I just was going to ask you as well not to have any vaccination clinics as well.
Lisa, thank you very much.
Hello again. Lauren Whitaker, Beechwood. You had mentioned that the Seaside Heights Board of Education initiated the study for the feasibility study for Seaside Heights. We were told that the Seaside Heights Board of Education did not initiate that study, that it actually came from the Seaside Heights Borough Administration. And I just wanted to address one thing that one of your members had said. One of your members had said that they hoped that we knew what was best for our students and that we would consider this. We know what's best for our students. The teachers at Hugh J. Boyd Elementary School are what's best for the students of Seaside Heights. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Whitaker.
Mr. Nardini, I'm sorry, it's Jen again. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I know you hate when you hear my voice. I just wanted to.
Ms. Whitaker, I
There
think
you are,
Ms. Howe has
I
a
just wanted to.
comment.
I just want you to know, I'm a mom at Washington Street School. So our school is a send receive for some of the Seaside Park students.
Seaside Park, yes.
So I just want you to know that I've been, I feel for you. I was in Seaside. My son was in Seaside Park when they closed that school and all that happened. So I just want you to know that you have a voice of a parent that went through the send receive program and how it affected the town itself and the students. So I just want you to know that, and all the board members agree that any decision that is made, no matter, whatever your town says, like in the study and everything, this is just a study. They asked us to do it. We don't have any control over that.
But do you know who asked you?
I personally
we were
don't
told
know.
that.
Yeah,
the
I
borough,
personally don't know.
not
I
the
don't know if
board.
that's, I don't even know if I don't know who said it, but I just want you to know that I made sure to tell the board, like, we have to make sure, and they all agreed. We're student-based, so we're going to make sure that your students, whatever happens, I just want you to know that we care about your students just like ours. And I just want you to know that this isn't about, we're not seeing dollar signs or they're seeing dollar signs. Like, it's just a study, and it's not anything that's going to be fast tracked. Because with our school, with the Seaside Park, they did it really fast, and it was really bad, and there was no continuity, and it was tough. So I just want you to know that we're going to make sure that it's done the right way this time. Okay.
And no one knows who initiated the study.
I don't know. I don't know if the lawyer knows. I don't know personally. I do not. I don't know if anyone can answer, Ms.
Through the
Whitaker.
chair, Mr. Nardini, I will tell you that the Seaside Heights Board of Education passed the resolution first in September. Their resolution can be found online, and it's actually relevant portions of it are contained in ours. But the Seaside Heights Board of Ed passed the resolution first, and they are actually taking the lead on the feasibility study. We are just volunteering as participants that we're agreeing that they can execute a feasibility study.
Thank you, Mr. Burns. Ms. Whitaker, you good with that?
is initiating and past the same, excuse me, my ignorance on that, is initiating and past the same?
The resolution, if I may, Mr. Nur, the
Absolutely, Mr.
resolution
Burns. Thank you.
passed by the Seaside Heights Board of Education was passed first, and that resolution authorized the feasibility study.
Okay, thank you.
So we just followed them per their request.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
My name is Ann Avignon. I'm at 2425 Woodbine Lane. I'm also going to pick up on the Seaside Heights shared services.
Thank you. Would you mind signing the ledger, please?
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Um,
And it's Ann, you said?
Ann Avignon.
Thank you.
Since you're kind of familiar with it, my question was, well, I hope that you further research this, if more, once the study is concluded. Since the resolution was made, was a resolution made for a feasibility study to be done when Seaside Park joined Toms River? And based on that outcome, how would this affect the taxpayers in both of the districts? I know you can't probably answer that right now, or maybe you could, but something that needs to be looked at. You're short bus drivers, you're short aides. Seaside Heights is a walking district. All those students would have to be bused. There's a lot of things to look at here.
And our attorney, Mr. Burns, will answer that for you.
Just to be clear for the group, because I know there's been some questions about the resolution that was posted and I neglected to fully explain it at the time. It is not approving a send and receive district with Seaside Heights at this time. All it is doing, all that this board did tonight was pass a resolution agreeing to be part of the feasibility study.
That's it.
The feasibility study as conducted by Seaside Heights has to include certain factors, and one of the most important factors being the quality of education for the students of each district, right? But nothing tonight, this board did not agree to a send-receive relationship with Seaside Heights. They just agreed to participate in a feasibility study that Seaside Heights is doing.
And then what's the next step?
The Seaside Heights has to complete the feasibility study.
And then they get back to you?
This board, the district and Dr. Jenko would receive a copy of the feasibility study and then review the feasibility study and deliberate, make decisions at that time based on the information, based on what the best decision is for this district and this district students.
And does the public know, like, do they have input or do they have?
Well, the feasibility study would be something that this board would be discussing, and it would be a public discussion. It wouldn't be behind closed doors.
Okay.
So yes, the public would have information just as the board does.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ava Martinson.
Oh.
Hi, my name is Ava Martinson, and I'm a middle school student in Toms River. I'm here to speak to you tonight about how these quarantine and COVID-19 rules are ruining my whole entire school year. A few weeks ago, I was quarantined because someone in my class had COVID, and it was the worst experience ever. Sometimes teachers didn't even log on to the meets. And most days, teacher told me to log off while kids in class did fun activities and games. This made me feel left out and like I wasn't participating in class. I missed seeing my friends, and it gave me a lot of anxiety. It felt hard to talk to teachers or feel a part of my class. After the first 2 years of virtual, I was very excited to come back to school, and this made me feel stressed, upset, and unhappy. I went to the doctor and I did not have COVID, and I still was not allowed to come back to the school. When I finally came back, I got bad grades and 3 to 4 hours of homework because of the work I missed while I was home. It's really making me worried that I will get bad grades again. The other things I hate about COVID rules is that we can't do certain activities in class. and we can't sit in groups and talk with our friends anymore. I really wish school would go back to normal and not be sent home if I'm not even sick. And I'm hoping to make a change.
Thank you very much, Ava. Very well.
My name is Kelly LaFrance, 4 Pinecrest Drive. Okay, we cannot have two sets of rules. This is a direct quote from you, Dr. Janko, that was repeated many times during our August board meeting when we were speaking about the tyrannical mask mandates. This was the excuse given to every concerned parent who spoke on behalf of their child's ability to breathe freely. But now it's been made abundantly clear that we do in fact have two very distinct sets of rules that Toms River schools have applied to many other situations. I'm here tonight to ask you for your reasoning behind the excessive quarantine of healthy students and to let you know what you're doing to these kids isn't right. You're stripping healthy kids of a proper education and they're falling behind, as you just heard my daughter say. Currently, if a student has close contact and they're not vaccinated, they're forced to remain home for 2 full school weeks. But if they are vaccinated, they don't have to quarantine at all. Yet those vaccinated students can still get and transmit COVID. So are we allowing kids who are possibly infected to continue to get an in-person education just because of their status? Those are two sets of rules. Also, 14 days is much longer than even the CDC recommends. According to a moderate risk area, it requires 7 days with negative test results. And for a high risk area, that's what you're saying we're in. It's 10 days without a test and 7 days with a negative. It's only 14 if it would create no significant hardship to the individual. For a student missing school and their parents missing work to stay home with them, that is a significant hardship for most families. My daughter experienced one of these ridiculous 14-day quarantines a few weeks ago, so let me tell you what actually happens when students are forced to stay home. There were 3 days during those 10 school days when at least one teacher didn't log on, and it wasn't the same teacher, it was different teachers. There were several times when my daughter, as well as other students, were hitting the raise hand button with questions and were ignored. I understand it's hard for teachers to teach kids that are there and kids that aren't. I'm not knocking teachers at all. It's almost impossible what they're doing. They were also told that they couldn't participate a few days because they didn't have the in-class work. So basically, it was a completely half-assed excuse for school. When she returned, she got a D and an F on quizzes of material the other students learned in class, but she was allowed to retake them along with the rest of the kids who were home because they all did poorly. Excuse me. She never got below a B on anything in her life, and she was devastated. She's never had grades like that while she was in the classroom. So if the teachers don't log on to teach virtual students, they're still counted as working that day. But if a virtual student doesn't log on, they are marked absent. How is that not also two sets of rules? So in conclusion, I have 2 questions for this board. The first one is, are you still able to stand by your statement of there can't be 2 sets of rules when clearly there are? And the second is, are you going to shorten these ridiculous overkill quarantine times so students can receive the appropriate and fair education to which they're entitled?
Actually, as I stated before, we're hopeful this Thursday that if the tally scores come down and we do end up in moderate, we would be shortening the quarantine. We are in high. It would shorten to after 5 days, the student can take a test and be back on the 7th day.
Okay.
We're hopeful that this Thursday it will show. We're tied to Monmouth County, Middlesex County, and Ocean County. We are currently the only region in the state that's still in high. Everybody else is down to moderate, and we're keeping our fingers crossed. As far as vaccinated students versus non-vaccinated students, those are CDC guidelines. We don't make up those rules. We're just following them. And the 14-day is because we're at high risk, and that is also CDC guidelines.
Are you planning on having a vaccine clinic in the school?
No, but you need to realize that the arena has been used by the health department, or it's still being used. So vaccines are being done in the school district as we speak. Every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, the arena is being used by the health department. But for the public and certainly for students if the parents so wish to do that. But no, we're not looking to use the schools for clinics at this point, no.
Okay, thank you. Let's go, Brandon.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. LaFree.
Hello, my name is Lily, and I'm a sixth grader at Intermediate East. Mask breaks are necessary, but we have not gotten any since the first few weeks. Additionally, we need to wear masks.
Cindy?
Say her.
I'm sorry, can you state your name, please, first name
Lily.
and your last name?
Pardon.
Thank you very much. Continue, and thank you.
So mask breaks are supposed to be necessary, but I haven't gotten any since the first few weeks of school. Additionally, we were supposed to wear masks during cheer practice, but I thought we didn't need them during physical activity. My last topic is about events being canceled because we were supposed to have a dance and some other events already, but they've been canceled only a few days before they were supposed to happen. That's all I have to say, and I hope you think about this.
Thank you, Lily. Very well said. Thank you.
Okay. I need a second to look at my notes here. Yeah, I have 3 children in Intermediate East, and they all tell me, well, one has a mask exemption. The other 2 tell me they haven't had a mask break in 2 weeks. And I'm not understanding why cheer
what's your
practice
first name?
requires a mask. My name is Crystal Barton, and I'm on Kettle Creek Road.
What I am going to say is when those specific things happen, I think you need to speak to the teacher, and if you get nowhere, the principal, just like Mrs. Contessa said. I mean, we're hearing this for the first time, and that's not what our impressions are.
Yeah. Okay, I'm writing her name too. Okay. About a week into school, I got a phone call that one of my kids had to be quarantined because of close contact. I asked if I needed to bring my other 2 children home. They're triplets who spend 90% of their life together. And they said, no, we'll wait and see what happens to them. If they contact COVID, you'll have to keep the first one home again another 2 weeks. My child who had to stay home is on the spectrum. She has an IEP. She has a host of other issues. I asked how she was going to be educated. I called the Board of Education. The woman on the phone was very nice, but she had no answers for me. She promised I'd get a call back. I did not get a call back. I called the principal. I called the school social worker. I stood outside the school asking the principal to come speak to me, and he wouldn't come out of the school. Nobody would tell me how they're going to educate my child for the 2 weeks she had to stay home. Monday, I get a call saying she can log in. Her teachers will be there. All right, so she does log in. Now, she's got ADHD and autism. She's supposed to have an IEP. She has special ed teachers who are supposed to deal with her all day long. She didn't hear from any of them. I contacted them myself. They said, well, she didn't ask any questions. I don't really know what that means because
What I'm going to do is ask you to speak to Mr. Ricotta at the end of the meeting because this is more specific than really this setting would be.
Well, it's specific, but it's not my child. It's not only my child who's been affected by this. Any child with an IEP who is sent home, those IEPs are thrown out the window. That's a legal document that the entire school district has chosen to disregard. That's a lawsuit. That's not something that can happen in our schools. I put my kids in this school because I trust in them. And my trust is broken. I still didn't get a call back from the Board of Ed, although the very nice woman on the phone had told me she had no answers whatsoever. But that's it. That is all I wanted to say. I'd be happy to talk to anybody who wants to talk about it, but I know I'm not the only one with an IEP who was thrown out the window. Did you want to say something? Good. You speak for 1 second. I know you have something you want to say.
I have a mask exemption, but my teacher makes me sit away from all the other kids, and it's not just me, but it's only that one teacher.
Yeah, I only found that out. I actually spoke to the principal about this, and he said he was going to her classroom to rectify the situation. But I have one teacher that I only found out today will not rectify the situation. She has a child sitting outside the rest of the class because she has a mask exemption.
And again, I'm going to ask you to go through the
I
principal.
only found that out today, and she
Okay.
said she wanted to let everybody know. So
Thank you.
we're going to let people know. All right, but I am going to take care of that tomorrow.
Thank you, Ms. Barton.
Good evening. My name is Shelby Bose, 1037 Longboat Avenue in Beechwood.
Hello, Ms. Bose. How can we help you?
Hi.
I wanted to speak tonight on behalf of myself, but I know hundreds of other staff members in this district and thousands across the state feel the same way I do. When it comes to the testing that unvaccinated staff are being forced to endure once a week, I feel it's extremely discriminatory and degrading. Every person should have the right to decide what is being injected, or in the case of masks, being placed onto their bodies. Never before in my tenure as a teacher, or I can assume even earlier, have we as a unionized group of people been not asked, but told we need to do something differently from our colleagues in order to perform and keep our jobs, and subsequently keep our health care as well. That is exactly what this testing will do. If employees don't refuse to be subjected to testing to prove their health, and health is in quotes. Why aren't the presence of antibodies not being discussed as a basis for immunity? They have been important components in past diseases, but for COVID, it seems any common sense that can actually improve an individual's health and immune response is hushed and censored. I, for one, was told by my own oncologist that I am more immune to this virus than others that are vaccinated. I trust him over the district's medical doctor, whom I have never even met. So with that, I have a few questions that need to be answered. Okay, so number one, now I know you addressed a little bit of this earlier, but some of it you haven't. Who is paying for these tests and through which lab has the state chosen?
We chose option one, and I'll go through it. We chose option one because that would mean that the state would be picking up the tab for that, and it wouldn't be you. And as far as the lab, that's Longview is the testing vendor that we've received, and we're meeting with them for the first time on Friday. So probably the next few questions I'm not going to be able to answer until the end of the week.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to just keep reading. In the executive order, it states all districts were given ESSER funds to pay for the testing. So is that what you guys are using to pay for this testing, or is it going to be out of pocket?
No, we chose option one because the state has $67 million in ESSER funds, and they're going to actually pay the vendor directly.
Okay. All right, so that erases that. Okay, you did that. Okay. Contractually speaking, it states nothing about the tests, meaning our teacher contracts, being administered outside of work hours. Tests should be offered during the workday, during work hours. As I said earlier, I speak only for myself, but I have a high suspicion that the staff being forced to do this would rather do it during a prep, lunch, or better yet, not at all. Since the rollout of these forced tests were supposed to start this past Monday, I believe communicating this information to staff members and keeping an open line of communication is imperative. This is the second part. Is this Board of Ed in favor of testing healthy staff members until fully vaccinated, as stated in your very own policy distributed right outside the door?
I think the easiest way to answer that is whether the board likes it or not, and I think most of the board doesn't. If not all the board is complying with Executive Order 251 and 253.
The only reason we did.
So all of you are in favor of testing individuals?
I just said that the board doesn't like it or isn't in favor. They're just following Executive Order 251 and 253, which mandated. If Executive Order 250, whatever comes out.
253.
And says that it doesn't have to, the board will follow that mandate.
I'm just trying to wrap my head around it because obviously I'm not vaccinated. I'm a teacher. But that policy states that we will be tested until fully vaccinated. So when does that end?
Well, you don't have to be vaccinated. It just means you'll be tested every week.
That's extremely discriminatory. It's wrong.
That's what the
That's my complaint.
Executive Order 253 says.
It's extremely discriminatory towards unvaccinated teachers. Extremely. And it's also extremely polarizing because, I mean, I'm going to speak from my own opinion right now, whatever, but I definitely don't get the support that I feel like I should have from other teachers in this district. I am the only one speaking right now. So it's extremely polarizing, the vaccinated and the unvaccinated. And it's very, very wrong and degrading that even though they can also spread this virus, they don't have to have something shoved up their nose or their cheek swabbed. That's my opinion. I don't even think that's opinion. I think that's fact. It's discrimination. And I'm very bothered by it. And I think anyone would. If you guys were told you had to do something and you really didn't want to do it, would you want to do it? Probably not. Like if someone said you guys have to wear red shoes. Mr. Nardini, maybe you didn't want red shoes. Would you wear red shoes? Probably not, but this is actually my health. I have stage 4 breast cancer. I'm fighting this fight, and I'm fighting for my life. It's not fair. So I'm going to continue. I'm going to try not to cry. This wasn't a plan, so. This is rhetorical. I'm sure all of you are going to say no. Do you also feel this is a form of medical tyranny and our medical freedoms are being stripped away from us? Speaking of staff members, I hope their eyes are open to how the NJEA does not support all, but only a select few. It was my assumption that the union supported all staff members, not just those who aligned themselves politically. But who am I to say? I'm just a crazy teacher who wants to make better informed decisions for myself and for my family. Okay, so I'll end with this scenario, kind of. My healthy son is being quarantined for being a close contact and is not able to receive in-person education until 10/28. As being his parent and a teacher, I too am unable to perform my duties due to the fact I need to stay home with him. And in addition, I am missing 2 weeks worth of classes. So you tell me, how is that for the kids? To miss required classes by law and to have them filled either by a substitute teacher or lack thereof, or by having their own teachers lose their own prep time that they can voucher. Lastly, I'm publicly putting this Board of Ed and administration on notice that I do not consent to medical testing or medical devices, and in doing so, it will be under duress. For every week that I need to test, I will be writing a letter to my administration and HR stating so. I do not consent to having my medical records distributed to the Department of Health. That alone is also a huge HIPAA violation. And again, I will include that in my weekly letter. I pray this district makes the right choices for not only their employees, but for our children and parents. And after all, we are the people voting for some of you to remain in these positions. I also want to thank Jen Howe and Anthony Malisi, who's running for the Board of Education, for putting their words into action and showing up at that rally in Trenton on Monday to protest all of these mandates. I was there too with my son. Since he couldn't come to school, we went to go protest these mandates, and it was awesome seeing the two of you there. So thank you very much.
Ms. Bose, thank you very much.
Good evening. Dana Tormolen, 105 Messenger Street, Toms River. I'm going to spell my last name since some of the board members feel the need to accuse me of doing things that are false. But I do want you to know how to spell my name when you're talking about me. It's Tormollan. And that being said, I hope that the next time names are mentioned in amongst board members, that all who yelled out tonight are also mentioned. I initially came here to discuss 2 topics. Now there's 3. The first is to refresh your memories regarding a proposal being made by the owners of the Jamestown Apartments. The owners are proposing that 7 new buildings be added to the already existing complex. Aside from the thought of that being ludicrous due to lack of space, parking, and common outdoor area for the residents, they clearly have not taken any time to consider the impact on the schools that will be directly affected. Walnut Street Elementary, Intermediate North, and High School North. Now, while our local government continues to say that our enrollment is down, those of us familiar with any of these schools know how overcrowded they are, mostly Walnut Street. The elementary school will not be able to handle the influx of children, no matter the proposed numbers of 1, 2, or 3-bedroom apartments. So as a resident of this town and of this district, I would ask anyone here and anyone listening at home to consider going to the Toms River Zoning Board meeting next Thursday, October 28th at 6:30, to show your concern regarding this project and the impact on our already struggling school district. My second thought, I wanted to take a moment as a member of the Toms River Education Foundation and thank Councilman Terrence Turnbach for once again looking after the children of our district. He made a public statement last week at the Toms River Town Council meeting that instead of wasting money on negative mailers that go, in his words, from the mailbox to the garbage can, he will take the funds allocated for these flyers and instead make a $5,000 donation to the Toms River Education Foundation, which he founded last year. That money will be immediately donated back to the schools as it has been in the past, and this donation will be going directly to the district's music department. Mr. Turnbach continues to support the students and staff of this district, whether it be fighting S2 directly or providing fundraisers to help our children be able to participate in the activities they deserve to be a part of as they move up throughout our schools. Much thanks to Mr. Turnbach and his continued dedication to our schools and town. And I would also like to thank Mrs. Howe for taking time out of her busy schedule as well to be the only member of the Board of Education who participates in the Education Foundation events. And that brings me to my last topic. While I was going to end with those two and go out on a good note, I want to talk about the robocall type video sent out about Mrs. Howe. The fact that during a school board election, someone spent time splicing together things she said at different meetings that I actually attended is just as disgraceful as any other bit of political nonsense that has been plaguing this board. The time and energy spent may have been better used telling us why the people hiding behind this video are the right choice for the job. This town, both council and Board of Ed, is an absolute disgrace anymore. The smear campaigns running throughout this town instead of focusing on what we can do to make it better is embarrassing. To those involved, it's disturbing that you've stooped so low, and we will all find out sooner than later who you are, because you seem to forget that no matter the size, no matter the population, and no matter the number of schools in our district, Toms River is just a big, small town, and everyone knows someone who knows something. That's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Nardini?
Thank you, Ms. Promola.
Mr. Nardini, may I?
Yes, Ms. Palazzo.
Thank you. Mrs. I'm sorry, Tormelin, I don't want to butcher your name. So I just wanted to say thank you for speaking about Councilman Turnbach. I agree that the mailer that went out about him was also quite rude. And I was upset last night about the thing with Mrs. Howe. I wanted to address your concerns about the building that is going on in Toms River and let you know that the district has asked out the gentleman who handled our demographic study and facility capacity review last year to revisit that and take a look at how these new buildings that are coming in, because South Toms River has a new development that's breaking ground in November, and then there's the two
downtown
buildings
project.
downtown and the apartments. So we are aware, and we did ask Mr. Haber to take a look and see how that's going to impact the district. And at some point in the near future, this board is going to have to make some decisions about having a redistricting study done, because we do have buildings in the district that have excess capacity that we can shift students around. There is capacity to take additional students. I don't want parents to think that children are going to be trapped in overcrowded schools forever.
No.
And quite frankly, many of the children that are in buildings that are overcrowded, and this is one of them, wouldn't go anywhere if you paid them.
Agreed.
They love their schools
Agreed.
and their teachers. So, we are aware of the situation. We are, working on trying to.
It also
see what
becomes
needs
the
to be done.
financial part of things though as well. You start bringing in all these people and we're struggling. We all know, we've all been there. We've seen it. We know the numbers. We're struggling. And for people to just haphazardly decide that they're going to throw in some buildings here and a couple more over there, and regardless of who's studying what, it becomes a more of a financial burden on our already struggling school district. And it seems as though not this board, but others outside of it don't seem to understand that is a huge problem within this town and moving forward. People don't want to stay anymore. I grew up in this town. I went to this school. I want my kids to enjoy being here. They love being here. But the thing is, when they're getting neglected because of overcrowding for however long or lack of equipment in schools, we don't have enough books in our classrooms right now for each student, let alone, you bring in another family of 4 next year, or, however it works. It's always changing. I understand that. But these large projects, the large scale projects that the town is even considering at this point is becoming quite alarming based on the fact that they don't care about what happens here. They care about the money going into their pocket. And a lot of these projects don't give back to the schools. The pilot program downtown, there's not a penny of that allocated for these schools, but they're going to build 180 apartments there. So it bothers me, and I know it bothers many other people, that where Toms River has been overdeveloping now for so many years, it's time to pump the brakes. I mean, we need to sit down with whoever and figure out redistricting somewhere down the line before this continues. It's just getting to be too much, and our children are the ones suffering for it ultimately.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Rachel Remolgado, 67 10th Street, Toms River. I just wanted to start by thanking Board Member Howe for your call for kindness and civility. It's something that our community and quite frankly, the country and the world could use a little more of right now. So thank you for that. The reason why I came up is something different. I sat in for a 2-hour state legislative meeting that Board Member Palazzo had mentioned, and it had discussed basically what has worked or has not worked in returning back to school during the pandemic. And I just wanted to publicly thank Dr. Jenko for representing our district despite the icy and curt introduction that you received.
They weren't very kind, were they?
They basically silenced you and cut you off at the knees. And as a resident of Toms River, I was extremely offended by the welcome that you received. It wasn't a welcome. Clearly, Toms River is not treated equitably by our state legislature. I invite anyone to watch it and see for yourself. A wide variety of professionals across the board in education provided testimony, and the one thing that was consistent is that educators, administrators, nurses, support staff, they're at their breaking point, trying to keep up with all of the COVID-generated responsibilities and mandates. And was mentioned, we're June tired. It's October. If our staff is already burnt out now, what does that mean for our children's quality of education? Busing, staffing, mental health, learning loss, funding, especially those negatively affected by S2, were all issues mentioned by those that spoke that day. And I gotta say, a very noticeable absence from this meeting was the acting DOE Commissioner McMillan. Very disappointing, to say the least. I really am hoping that Assemblywoman JC and the other involved legislators truly heard the cries for intervention for our districts. And it's time to stand up for our children and pivot. Enough with COVID being all encompassing. Everything isn't about COVID. And it's gotten to the point now where the response has become worse and more devastating than the virus itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Remilgado.
My name is Justin Pierre. I'm here speaking on behalf of my son Gavin Pierre of Beechwood. He actually doesn't go to Beechwood. He goes to Westover because he's in the behavioral development class over there, which I'm here not to speak about masks or any other contentious issues. First, I want to just say it's been a long road. He's in 5th grade. And there's been a lot of bumps along the way, but many people that are sitting in front of me right now, a couple of which I'm going to express my thanks to, because I couldn't have done it without you. And the things that pop up, like Mr. Mazenko, you responded to me real quick about a recent issue. I appreciate that. I can't thank Mr. Fastnotch enough for handling issues that pop up. And as contentious as I can get, and believe me, I can get contentious when it comes to getting my son the proper education that I want him to get and for him to be successful with it. I appreciate you putting up with me, frankly, because we're all frustrated. We're all frustrated. We've been dealing with this on both sides of the fence, the parents and everybody that's working for the board. I don't think, no matter which side you're arguing on or which side the rhetoric comes from, I think everybody here still has a good intention to help our children, and that's most important. So I just want to say, I know we are all stuck between a rock and a hard place. And I will say on the other side of that, that I know that peace and progress and cooperation is found in the middle. It's not found in the margins. And listening to everybody here, it's very clear that we're all frustrated. And I hope that everybody can understand that we all are fighting for the same thing. That being said, I just want to say that Mr. Okada, you and I have had more than a few hours of conversations, working things out and getting things fixed. And it's worked. Every single thing that has ever come up has gotten worked on, is working toward a solution, not just for my son, but for the rest of everybody, or the rest of the kids that those issues might impact. Joy Forrest and everybody in the special education department are fighting for the same thing. I came here to speak at my first board meeting when my son was in kindergarten over an issue with the what's called the sensory room now, what was called 126, and I'm not going to dig up old stuff and deal with it, but rest assured that it used to be a 10 by 10 cinder block room with nothing in it. And now the kids that, mostly boys like me, that grew up with ADD, and I passed it on to my son, unfortunately, that those kids are now, they have an easier way to handle getting through the day. Masks or not, the boys in that program struggle with every single, letter diagnosis that you can come up with. And that solution came quick. And that was on the heels of old superintendent, Mr. Healy, and everybody got that solved. It's solved to this day, and progress is getting made. The boys are making more progress to the point where my son is now half mainstreamed. And part of which in Mr. Gellis's class, and because those are the subjects that he can handle. He still needs help in reading and math, and he goes back to Mr. Snyder's class to handle those things. And it's one of the things I want to talk about. At the beginning of the year, when we were getting back to some degree of normalcy, it was my intention, talking to my son, talking to his caretakers and doctors and everybody else, that it was obvious that part of his issue was having to deal with the environment of a behavioral development class. You know, he has to, the teachers and the paras are excellent, but they can only do so much with, boys that are struggling. Billy, sit down. Joey, be quiet. And he was being held back by this. And, it's just a fact of the matter. It's, I'm not going to comment on it either way because it doesn't matter, but the class is mostly boys. And my son needs to be normalized to the point, my goal is to have him mainstream before he hits high school, 100%. Hopefully before that. But what I got at the trying to initialize this was resistance, worry, over worry that something so drastic would happen by giving him the shot, just letting him have a shot to go into the mainstream class and see what he can do. And what I got was the impression that an abundance of difficulty was going to ensue if we just sent him down the hall. That's all we have to do is send them down the hall. And that's what we did. And it works. And I had a 2-hour conversation with Principal Palin, who I also have to thank with, number one, putting up with me. Then number two, working with me to help the other boys in the class and all the rest of the students, period, to get mainstream, because that is the goal. The goal is to have them normalized. The goal is to have them excelling and not needing the abundance of help, and maybe making a space and more time and more staff for the boys and the girls that do need it. And I would like the board members and to, in whatever respect that you have discussions or committees or anything like that, is to think about this, is that I have my son in that class happy. Mask or no mask, he's happy. He's in a classroom that's half boys and girls. He's getting socialized the right way, and that's the way it's supposed to happen. And a father, okay, and I'm doing this fight on my own. I'm a custodial father. I'm divorced, but I have my son most of the time. And, doing this alone is not easy. It's not easy for any parent, even if you're together or not, but specifically with a special needs kid, it's difficult. And resistance to giving things a shot is not the way that we make progress for the kids. And I'd like for all of you respectively to understand that and understand the frustrations that a parent dealing with a special needs child is already dealing with, and then trying to have to convince the powers that be that, there's not going to be a plane crash letting them do science and social studies. All right. It's not going to happen. If worse comes to worse, you send them back down to this, down the hallway to Mr. Snyder, who I have to say cannot be understated as one of the best teachers, but one of the best human beings I have ever met in my entire life. The impact that he has had and the progress that he has made with my son, working with me, always getting back to me with a class dojo message, getting back to me at 8 o'clock at night when he has a new kid at home, right? The dedication that he excels at cannot be understated, and I wish he was here. So I always thank him when I talk to him, but I want you to know that I know all the teachers are doing a great job. This is just my experience, and Mr. Snyder has undone the delays and the nonsense that I had to deal with the last 2 years, because I won't mention names, but there was a teacher there that was on their way to retirement and was basically phoning it in. I never got a response on Closed Dojo. I had to call and say, hey, Mr. Palin, I'm not getting an answer. For 2 years, I had to deal with this nonsense, and it was difficult, and I worked through it. And, Mr. Snyder has not only made up that lost ground, but helped me inordinately in other ways. Did you have something? Or
No, I was going to let you know your time was up. But
okay, well, I have just a couple things I have to touch on. I just came from the Beechwood Council meeting, and I'm not going to get into it deeply at all. But I want you to know that this issue came up, and Mr. Mazenko and other people were involved in emails that got passed back and forth, and I appreciate this being handled quickly. I just want you to know that most of this is not the school's issue to handle. This is a Beechwood issue, and the officer involved is thankfully no longer at that school, and I hope it stays that way. It needs to stay that way. The selection of a school resource officer should be done carefully, not with letting just maybe the PD handle it. I don't know how. But regardless, that specific officer was specifically had a history of demonstrating that he had no ability to handle parents irate or not. And, I'm glad I'm handling it on the Beechwood end. Their accountability is coming. And I just want to thank the board and the people that made made the calls and did the things to get that worked out.
Mr. Pierre, thank you very much. And thank you for the compliments for our administration, teachers, and our board member, Ms. Mazenko. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Now we'll stop.
Special touch.
Hi, Dana Dentato, Gary Road, Toms River. So I do have a question. I don't know if you can answer or not or how this works, but I'm confused about gym class. So they can play sports, but they go outside and they walk around or they throw a frisbee. I'm wondering why, if the ultimate goal, I'm sure, for all of us is health and wellness. Kids need to play and move and participate, and that's the one opportunity they get. And my kids tell me they walk in circles. So I just don't know, why is the wrestling allowed where you're grappling with another person without a mask on, but my kid can't do anything in gym class, even outside? It blows my mind. So while the weather's still good and while we still can do stuff, it's contradictory. Again, rules.
Have you asked the principal? Have you reached out to the school?
I'm told it's all the schools, but I will reach out to our principal and find that out personally. Thank you. I didn't know that's the route I should take. I truly didn't know if there was like a mandate for gym class.
No.
It seems counterproductive to me. Get them outside, get them moving, get them playing. You can't tell me that they can play basketball, but they can't go outside and do anything else. So I will ask the principal. Now I would like to just make a comment that I don't want it to go any further. I don't want to make a big deal out of it. The last meeting got very heated, and I would like to discuss respect. I try very hard to teach it to my children. I try very hard to give it to all of you. I want it back. I respect your fear. I respect if you feel nervous about whatever is going on in the world. So you wear your mask. I appreciate that you respect I'm not wearing mine for whatever my reasons are. However, at the end of the meeting, and I will not say who, the same person that expressed all these terrified fears took their mask off and proceeded to talk close face with every single person here with no regard for this fear that they had. So it's almost mockery. Once the camera was off, so was the mask. So if you truly have a fear and you truly you feel like the Delta variant or whatever it is coming to get you, then please keep your mask on until you at least leave the building. So you're not mocking us, because that's what you're doing. And it's really disrespectful, extremely disrespectful. And we don't deserve it as parents. And I'm hoping not to give it back to you. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dentato.
Just want to end on a quick, nice note. Dr. Jenko, I apologize
Mr.
for
Steffer,
calling you
Mr.
Mr. J.
Steffer.
Okay. Yeah, Dr. Jenko, I just want to apologize. I will address you as Dr. Jenko. Ms. Howe, same goes to you. I apologize for my abrasive language. And I just would ask you to give me some grace, because you know what we're all going through. Like somebody said before, together. This is what they want. They want us to be confrontational.
Okay, Mr. Steffer, that's it. You know that, according to board policy 0167, you're allowed one time up at the podium. You had yours, you exceeded it.
You're right.
I thank you for your respect.
You got it.
Thank you, Mr.
And I thank you guys.
All right, have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Steffer.
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Puglisi. I live at 211 Success Lane in Toms River. I wanted to start off with thanking every one of the board members who serve our children, because they love them, because they care for them, and they want to see them educated. I also want to thank all of the teachers who serve in the Toms River School District, again, because they love children and that is the desire of their heart. That is the first and foremost, and that is why they serve. I'm thankful that I was able to go to back to school night. Both of my children are students at High School South, and I was made aware of the park testing. I'm hoping that the park testing is going to guide the school with where our children are, having lost 2+ years due to this COVID. I'm hoping that the park testing is not going to be used primarily for funding for our schools, but to see where our children line up with their education. I was thankful to meet with the teachers that my children have this year and my concerns with regard to cell phones in the classroom. I believe that that is a distraction. I always have believed that, and I always will believe that. I graduated from Toms River High School North. I attended every year in the Toms River School District. We did not have cell phones in the classroom. We did not have pagers in the classroom. We did not have things in the classroom that distracted us. And if they did, the teachers asked and confiscated those items. I believe that our children have lost quite a bit over the past few years. And I'm hoping that we go back to our roots in Ocean County and in the Toms River School District and step up and serve our children. I have had the opportunity to work in a private school recently, and there has been much growth within these young students because they don't have the pressures of COVID being spoken about within the classrooms and within the school. The things that you say, your behaviors, your mannerisms, the things that children see at home and in school affect them. So because of this COVID-19, which is a huge distraction, taking away from our children's education and instruction in the classroom, has caused detriment to our students. I don't believe that they need to be focused on this on a daily basis. I believe that they're adapting as best they can to the masks. The fact that we are still arguing and are divided on this topic and this issue creates harm within the school district for the teachers, the Board of Education, and our students. So I'm commenting tonight in the hopes that we focus on educating our children. It's the #1 priority. I want my daughter and son to be able to come to a Board of Education meeting and speak intelligently, effectually, with the knowledge base that they've learned in the Toms River School District. That is my hope. Moving forward, I'm hoping that that is what we all can come together and do. I'm not going to say that people who live in our county aren't as supportive as the ones who have their heritage in our county. You know, decades of families who have lived here really can attest to where the school district has gone and really have a heart to see the progress in the Toms River School District. I'm not going to say that others who have moved here over the years don't have that same desire, but I would really like to see some of my colleagues step up and move forward into taking positions on the Board of Education. I'd like to see some of the people that I graduated with. I'd like to see some of the people from our county and our community step up and different people come to these meetings. The only other thing that I wanted to stress is that the public schools are government regulated. We need to understand what that means. We can't come here and argue with the Board of Education members. They're educating you. It is a state-run school district. So you have a choice as to whether or not you keep your child in that school district or you remove your child. They're doing the best that they can. They have to abide by the statutes and the ordinances and all of the regulations that have been passed down through the state. So I'm hoping that the parents can become educated on that, the fact that it is a government-run school district. The only other thing I wanted to address real quick, and then I'm going to finish up. I'm sorry, it's going to be real quick. It's in reference to the apartments that are being built. My suggestion would be for everyone to become educated, because educated wisdom, knowledge, intelligence is the utmost of importance on what it means to be a sanctuary state. And New Jersey is a sanctuary state. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Blizzy. Anyone else from the audience?
I have one question. Can I address Mr. Burns?
I'll take it.
Okay. I asked you earlier if you would be willing with the board to review our road forward because of the indoor air quality products that we have. You did not respond to my request.
You're welcome to review it, but it doesn't change the fact that we're mandated to wear masks inside, even with those, the devices that purify the air. It doesn't change the mandate at all.
How do we get it changed?
Well, I mean, going to Trenton and going with probably all districts throughout the state. There isn't a district in the state that isn't following the mandate. You know, so I mean, you're speaking to us. I don't believe you think we're doing something less than we can, but ultimately, we have to follow the mandate. It's as simple as that. When you think about districts that push the envelope, they were called on the carpet very, very quickly. Middletown in particular was mentioned in Executive Order 253, which came out a week later. I mean, there's only so much you can do other than obviously through the election. If the governor changes, obviously that could change things. If the governor does not change, I mean, getting a coalition of people like yesterday to Trenton and demand an audience, that would be the way to go. But until that changes, no matter what we have as far as indoor air quality, et cetera, it doesn't remove us from the mask mandate at this point.
There was 4 families there. Thank you, Mrs. Howe. There's 4 families there. Thank you, Mrs. Bose. Sorry, Mr. Rich and his family. Will you guys come to Trenton with us?
Mr. Malisi, if you want to arrange for something, let the board know, and I'm sure the board will get together and support you on that.
It's not just about supporting me with it. It's about you guys supporting us with it.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
We would like you guys to support us. Appreciate you guys. Thank you very much.
Jeez. Oh, man, I never got.
Melissa Morrison, 624 Mermaid Avenue, Beechwood. I have 2 questions. One, how far are we into the superintendent search? And did the board decide if they were going to hire an outside consulting firm?
Mr. Nardini, if I may.
Yes, Ms. Palazzo, thank you.
We will be interviewing candidates next week.
I can't hear anything. I'm sorry.
We will be interviewing candidates next week.
Okay, thank you.
You're quite welcome.
Anyone else in the audience? Nobody less, right, okay. Hearing none, I'm looking for a motion to adjourn.
So moved, Ms. Anko.
Second, Contessa.
All in favor?
Aye.
The time is 10:37.